All right. If anybody wants to support the stream directly, there's a Reddit thread where you can upvote it. And let's put a marker in the chat and dive in. You consider okay? That's all I get from you is okay? That's demeaning. You're 304! Longdeath. We're in late autumn with year 304. When we hit year 305, that'll be 300 years in Longdeath. Current population is 35. We did get a brand new baby, Tygo the Second.
You're the okayest streamer that ever streamed.
No, that's not how Reddit works when you click it. But you can believe that if you want, Diamond. Thanks for the $2. I appreciate being the okayest streamer that ever streamed. I'm certainly the one of the most persistent streamers on this website. Streaming for 8 years. The actual number of people left that have streamed for a total of 8 years is very small. Very, very, very small. So yesterday we completed this tower. It goes all the way up to here. Complete with a floodgate and everything. It's ready to fill. We just need to get lava up to here. So we need to power 2 things. We need to power this, and we also need to power down here to, from here down to this. But there's another person with roughly the same view count as me streaming this right now. So I'm certainly not the only one. Don't give me all the credit, come on. That's like forgetting about all the other people. Because, believe it or not, there are other people. I don't like taking all of the credit for things that I don't deserve all the credit for. Is that supposed to be a joke? Because I don't get it, Clender. I mean, considering I live in a reality now where, you know, Twitch can just decide to, you know, make changes that drastically impact the future job security that I have. And little to nobody seems to care. It's like, woo. Let's keep at it. You know, like destroying all security and forms of promotion that a stream has. That's cool. Only you stream. I mean, as far as you're concerned, I probably am pretty close to that. That can't be true. You watch other streams. Don't give me that much credit. So I don't actually know if I can do this, but I'm assuming that I can power pumps from other pump spots, I think. Let's just dig this out down here. Then go from here up to there. Go right beneath this. Put in a gear assembly right there. I'm not actually sure that this works. I'm just going to assume it's going to work. Gear assembly right there. We'll find out in a minute if it's going to work. Well, maybe not in a minute, but once I set up the rest of it. If it doesn't work, then I just need to bring another power piston down, and that's not too much of a hassle. Not too much of a hassle indeed. I certainly hope not, Cooler. Certainly hope not. Also, in regards to me streaming Dwarf Fortress, it's what's the word? It's a it's not like I haven't been trying to convince other people to stream Dwarf Fortress. Because I have been, and nobody listens. As much as I try. Kind of want to cut out a little bit of this. Want to cut out a little bit of this so we can like engrave walls and such. You know what's sad is the person who did the declining in that is a friend of mine. That's what's actually sad. All right, so now we can go back into the gear assembly thing and jump up here. Do that. Let's deconstruct that wall. Some of adventure mode would be that entertaining. I mean, you could stream adventure mode. You could. Thanks for kicking off this conversation. Immediately ends conversation. Yeah, no, they hid that change behind all of the hate raid drama. So people were all mad about hate raids, and they quietly, very, very quietly, were just like, yeah, we're also, you know, killing a large portion of a lot of people's traffic sources. It's like, oh, that's cool. That's really, really cool. All right, so iron mechanism goes there. Gear assembly goes there. And gear assembly goes there. Now I need horizontal axles. We're going to run these along here. We're there. Then horizontal axle. You know, honestly, playing adventure mode very slowly would probably be helpful for some people. Because adventure mode is obtuse and doesn't have anywhere near the same level of tutorialization as Fortress mode has, due to just simply, you know, lack of people making videos about it. So you'd at least need music. Just put on some lo-fi. Just grab some video game soundtracks you like. FTL's soundtrack goes a long way if you need music. All right, now we just need to wait for the dwarves to build everything. Let's also throw a door here in case everything breaks. Same with up here. In case everything breaks and spills lava everywhere, I don't really want there to be lava draining into places it shouldn't be. Also, thanks for the upvotes, guys. Cheers. Yeah, no, it's just, it's a weird time on Twitch. It's a weird time. I saw that post last night, Wave Depletion, and it just, like, completely ruined my day when I saw it. I was just like, well, cool. Let's go. And how did that go? Riri, if I can ask. Yeah, I mean, most people don't make it past the front page of the Bay 12 website. Unless, like, you're already kind of used to playing games that are ASCII. People tend to just kind of bounce off before they even get started. I'm trying to figure out how to say it. Hurdle Nut? Thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Enjoy the stupid skulls. And the dwarf-themed emotes. The ad-free viewing for 30 days. Cheers. Thanks. He had to go after 3 minutes. Had to go. Guys, I have to leave. This is not safe. Close enough. Hello. Welcome to the stream. There's always something to be said for people who subscribe before they follow. As I, like, make loud noises on my desk. So thank you. Cheers. Just waiting on those gear assemblies. And then we just need to power the top half, and theoretically this should just power everything. I do need an emergency on-off switch, though. For, you know, emergencies. In case of a funny surprise. I need a on-off switch. Gotcha. Well, cheers. Like, literally the only reason I'm going back to doing the Reddit posts is because, like, the Reddit posts in my streams is because Twitch did this, which if you're not frequent on Twitch, you won't know too much about what that means. But long story short, what that means is 60% of my monthly views are now gone. So 60% of my monthly traffic, which comes from friends, is now gone. So I just went from, like, you know, kind of being comfy in my corner of Twitch to going, I need promotion, help. And that's just kind of the way Twitch is going to be from now on. That's what she said, Frog. That is what she said. But thank you for watching the YouTube stuffs. YouTube is weird to me. It doesn't feel real. Like, Twitch has always felt real to me. YouTube really doesn't feel real. Like, I have a hard time believing that YouTube is real. Well, the Conquest of Elysium is the name of that game. Ironically, Conquest of Elysium, I lose more subscribers than I gain. People seem to like watching it, though, so I keep uploading it. And I've been enjoying playing it, so damned if I do, damned if I don't, I suppose. But I do lose a lot of subscribers playing Conquest of Elysium, which I think is kind of funny. All right. So we've got that pump stack hooked up. It's now just time to hook power up, and then we need to hook power up to the top of it, and I can do power up here. So I guess I can just do... I don't actually know if this will even work. Do you guys know if you construct a water wheel on a creek like this, will it power? It's almost offensive. No, that game's super fun if you give it a chance. Jeez, like it's wonderful. You have a knack for niche stuff? That's basically all I do, really. Finally learned how to play DF after admiring it from a distance for a decade. That's what I did, to be fair. I didn't really properly get into DF until, like, 2018. After, like, installing it on an annual basis between, like, 2012 into, I guess, 2018. Or 2009-ish was when I first installed it. I'm going to wait until this thaws, and then I'm going to construct one and test... Actually, I'm just going to construct one and test it. And then we will work from there. If this works, we're just going to do it this way on this thing. Still reading this garbage response for auto-hosting? Right? Jesus, man. I mean, I wouldn't recommend using Lazy Noob Pack. And the reason I don't I get why people do recommend Lazy Noob Pack, but here's why I don't recommend it. It makes the game significantly more difficult to learn initially. It makes the game significantly more difficult to learn because instead of managing one window, you're managing 3 windows. And also, the game's stability goes from incredibly stable and never crashes to kind of pretty crashy. So I always advise that people who are just learning the game try and play your first 1 or 2 fortresses without Lazy Noob Pack, and then if you still feel like you need the extra assists, then install it. But at least try and play the first fort or 2 without it, just to kind of get a grasp of the mechanics without it. But that's just my advice. And Dwarf Therapist is what makes the game crashy. And texture packs can be installed without it. Like, you don't need it, but I digress. What's the point of that change? You tell me, Zycrom. All I can tell is that it directly damages the stability and sustainability of channels like mine that don't get any mainstream traffic whatsoever, because the vast majority of traffic comes from popular releases, which I do my best to not play because I don't think they need my help. All I can really guess is that it's probably for the benefit of advertising, because all of Twitch's recent features have gone into making it more clear how active the audience is. All of their recent things are like, oh, we added channel points, which literally just directly makes it clear how active the audience is, because you like have to click a thingy to get bonus points, right? They added, like, almost all of their recent features have some sort of engagement interaction built into it. And all that auto hosting really does for Twitch is it just has idle users on other pages not actually interacting, getting advertising dollars shoved in their faces. And if it's not active and they're not paying any attention, that only hurts Twitch. So my theory is they're trying to make their ads worth more. That is literally the only logical reason I can find for them disabling and kneecapping the auto host function into useless oblivion. To give you an idea, I normally get about 16 to 20,000 views a month on my Twitch channel, and about 8 to 10,000 of those views comes from auto hosts. Quite literally. Like, and for some comparison, I get less than 1,000 views a month from YouTube. So, just to kind of give you an idea of the value of auto hosts for my channel. More or less, yeah. So, the only reason I've been able to make streaming Dwarf Fortress sustainable was because I got lots of traffic from other channels that do play more mainstream things. But I've lost all of that now. So, I mean, I still have my team, and they still support me, obviously. But outside of that, like, I mean, I've reached out to a few other channels who auto-host me, and they're in relatively similar situations. I think my situation's a bit extreme. Jam window toppled by the outpost liaison. I've got this real pissy outpost liaison. Keeps breaking my windows. So, yeah, that's basically where we're at. Like, it's, if anything, now is the time to lurk in Twitch channels that you support. So, I have a bunch of iron statues toppled. Where? Oh, over here. Which ones did you topple? I don't know which ones you toppled. Oh, over here. Yeah, I've got an outpost liaison that's been tantruming. Fortunately, he's really weak, so when he gets into fights with my dwarves, he just kind of slaps them lightly. So, it's unfortunate, though. and read up on the carousel, you realize that the game isn't difficult at all. It's just cumbersome. Everybody confuses Hurdle Nut. Everybody confuses learning curve and difficulty with obtuseness. Dwarf Fortress isn't even remotely difficult. It's obtuse. A game can be obtuse and extremely easy, and a game can be obtuse and really difficult. A game that's obtuse and really difficult is something like NetHack. NetHack is obtuse, but also extremely difficult. Dwarf Fortress is obtuse, but it's actually extremely easy. Once you understand how the control scheme works and what you're looking at, you're basically past the learning curve. At that point, it's just a matter of learning the interaction between items, and that's not too difficult. I just kind of hope that he doesn't. Part of me hopes that he does, and part of me hopes that he doesn't. Part of me hopes, Stone, that Outpost Liaison breaks a temple statue and gets cursed. The other part of me hopes that he doesn't break that temple statue and gets cursed. So, yeah, now we're just waiting for winter to end, I think. Which means we get to fire these off. Because we're about to hit year 300. And then when spring rolls around, we go down to this and we finish building this. And then after today, I will release the save file for this fortress because every 100 years I release the save file. Did you run out of food or booze? Okay. Mistake number 1. You didn't stock up on water. Okay, you don't give your dwarves water. Water is for showers and baths. Water is not for drinking. They will drink water if it's an absolute emergency, but they shouldn't be drinking water. They drink alcohol. You get alcohol from mushrooms. So you make mushroom booze. If your dwarves die because they ran out of water, you've already fucked up. So don't make your poor dwarves drink water. That's horrible. I wouldn't ever want to see somebody treating their dwarves like that. It's absolutely distressing. And I'm so sorry for your dwarves. Next time, may you do better. Give them booze. Plum helmet, wine, specifically. Not arrogant enough to think that you can post a devastating response to their dumbassery. I mean, is what it is. 300 already? Only 300 is the actual response. Do I have a usual stream schedule? I start at 9 a.m. Pacific and I stream until I stop streaming, which is anywhere from 8 to 12 hours. Although, relatively recently, my schedule got kind of screwy and I did a bunch of night streams, but usually it's that. And I don't stream Mondays and I don't stream Fridays. Although usually Mondays end up being work days anyway. But yeah, there is a schedule system built into Twitch, which is usually accurate. It just wasn't accurate this past week. Also, my new favorite book in the Fortress, which is The Possibilities of Murphys II, which is obviously written on the item is an encyclopedia entitled Possibilities of Murphys II, authored by Murphys II, of course, and it concerns the dwarf Murphys II, the dwarf Iton Knife Heater, the Fortress of Longdeath, the Hillocks of Channel Dens, and the Eternal Adventure of Time. And the writing is thoroughly mechanical. Overall, the prose is amateurish at best. Although the current Mondays right now are being used for my next interview project, which I haven't officially announced outside of the Patreon yet, but I got a lot of podcasts and a lot of reading to do too. I got a lot of podcasts to listen to and a lot of reading to do to get all caught up on that game's history so that I can write questions. Admittedly, some of those podcasts are re-listens, but Gutter Crewer, it's distressing. Why would you even utter such terms? But yeah, don't make your poor dwarves drink water. Guttercruer and Guttercruer's description is essentially like something from Caves of Cud, not something from Dwarfort. Let's just end all of this training. That's not Guttercruer. Silver barb juice is different, isn't it? I thought that silver barb juice was something else. I could be wrong, though. I never make it, so... I thought that Guttercruer was, like... blood. Is it silver barb juice? Then which one is coagulated blood? Because there is one that's literally just blood. Then which one is blood? I'm confused. I never have access to silver barb, but... You know what? Then I am right. Why are you correcting me? I was right then. That's what I thought. Ugh. Anyway. That implies preparation. Well, it doesn't really imply preparation, right? Like, we're in the middle of winter right now. There's snow on the ground. If I need alcohol, I do this. I go hit designations and I go to gather plants by hitting P, press enter, gather all of these plants. Half of these plants can be brewed into alcohol. There's like roots, obviously. There's barley that can be brewed into wine. That can be brewed. Turnip can be brewed. Plums can be brewed, obviously. Anyway, so they'll run around and pick all of that. And then I just brew from plant and brew from fruit. And then you have brew again. Like, you don't really need to prepare. This is what I mean by, like, Dwarf Fortress is actually really easy. It's like, if you know the way out from any small mistake that you make, you can fix it almost immediately. Oh, see, I have barley barley flour primarily in my mill, because like this is my mill, right? And most of this is barley. Also, how much power is this thing generating? 240. It's nothing. I don't believe I've lost a fort to winter in like ever, actually. Just because of like just gather plants. And even in like glacier forts, just get down to cavern layer and you can gather plump helmets down there. You've learned a lot since then? Well, I mean, like, you're currently hollowing out the center of the earth, so yeah, I would say you've learned a lot. It's amazing, like, once you gain a few skills in DF, like, how much your skill repertoire just, like, spikes. Once you learn just a few basic tasks, like, the amount that you're able to do just fucking accelerates. Exactly. DF isn't hard. It's obtuse. But, you know, I tell people that Dwarf Fortress isn't hard, and they look at me like I'm a crazy person. This Outpost Liaison is actively hitting all of these dwarves around him and missing every single one of them. Or, like, doing so little damage they don't even notice. This is just like Vish is just like a really hard partier who just keeps starting bar fights. But he's so weak that they just don't care. No, literally tantruming and trying to kill them. I don't mean hitting on them. Literally tantruming and trying to kill them. And I say that because I once had a dwarf that got into a committed relationship with an outpost liaison. There's just a lot to learn? Yeah. I mean, people confuse difficulty and obtuseness all the time. And part of my educational goal for people trying to learn DF is to just explain to them that there is actually a very big difference between difficulty and obtuse. On the point. What's this? Who wrote this? Kade Machine Hollow concerns geometric objects and lines and circles and triangles, and so on. The writing is a touch of melancholy. It's somewhat self-indulgent. It's not awful, but not very good either. Okay. Cool. They're pondering economic data. Reading the mystery of excision. Also, I was very proud because yesterday we were able to fix Jess. This dwarf was completely obliterated mentally and was tantruming a lot. Fortunately, never committed any murder. But after a good 250 days in prison, completely recovered from all stress. Just goes to show what a good prison sentence can do to your mental psyche. Just kind of fucked up. I don't even know if these are going to work this way, but... When you have a good rehabilitation system? Yeah, no, totally. Although, to be fair, that was like her 4th prison sentence. The first 3 didn't work. She had to, like, rethink her intellectual views and personal values a couple of times before she was able to actually get benefits from the prison. Initially, she was ashamed and guilty when we put her in prison, but the last time she was repentant, and being repentant fixed her. I don't know if water wheels are going to work like this. I genuinely don't know. I've never tried using water wheels on just a stream before. Otherwise, I have a backup system. Otherwise, I have a backup system. Into late winter, so the end of this month is the 300th year of the fortress. Holy shit. Which means at the end of the stream today, I get to release the save file again. Three out of 10. The same party you had that almost died is ended kind of conquering hell. I once drained an ocean into hell. I've never actually conquered hell, but I once drained an ocean into hell. That was pretty satisfying. Which was pretty funny. Now we just kind of got to chill for a little bit. And wait for winter to end. But then was too gritty and ran out of citizens. Oh, that's unfortunate for those poor citizens. But typical. Typical dwarven behavior, I would say. Mastering the Valve, as we were joking about, is actually a book about Tarn finishing the Steam version. Or a Fortress, Mastering Valve. You want it to be too much like Archcrystal? I mean, Seth was here earlier. I mean, he went back to work, unfortunately. I need to flag Seth down at some point and do a video on Archcrystal, because I do genuinely believe that that fortress is a massive achievement. They're still pondering the Widlass. They haven't written any books about it yet, though. 2 more ballista arrows. I just made you one. All right. 2 more. Then we fire off 3. All right, so the Celebrate bunk room has space for us to be able to fire those off. So, "300 years of Longdeath." I've been running this fortress for over a year. Real time. Here's to 600 by this time next year, yeah? Here's to 600. I hope that we're on year 800 by this time next year. That's my actual hope. Vin, chucking out another gift sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Riri70. Vin's just like, I have an itchy trigger finger. Thanks, Vin. Thanks a ton. And Zychrom, chucking out 1 into the ether. Thank you, Zychrom. Cheers. Also, it didn't do the notification twice that time. Someone gifted a sub earlier today, and I got a double notification for it. Which is very strange. But that hasn't happened since. So that's good. That is good. 23rd of Obsidian. Just a handful of days left in the year. Let's get the dwarves in the Celebrate room. Which is going to admittedly slow the frame rate down a little bit, but that's okay. "10 million years ago, when Longdeath started, I didn't have this big of a beard." That's probably what that guy's saying. I do love that Crypt Old just looks kind of like a cloud. Like, it's just all beard. Feels funness making a friend. Good for you, Lake Bear. Make more friends. All right. 24th. Has rolled around. You know, it's funny because, like, Jess had, like, the sub goals to unlock emotes. And then there's me just sitting here going, like, yeah, I'd love to unlock emotes. I only need 700 sub points. I only need 700. It's like, that's the problem with unlocking a lot of emotes at one point is it's very, like, it. I haven't unlocked a new emote in, like, 2 years. Like, 2019 was the last time I unlocked emotes. Actually, no. New Year's 2020, I think, actually. It's like the very end of 2019. Outpost Liaison is beating up a bone carver pretty badly and killed Lake Bear. Great. Well, what a way to start year 300 is Lake Bear gets murdered by the Outpost Liaison. And unfortunately, the Outpost Liaison has diplomatic immunity and there's nothing we can do about it. Absolutely nothing. Great. I wish to submit a formal complaint to the Mountain Home about Kvish, the Outpost Liaison. This dwarf is a problem to our long-term safety. Just killed one of my dwarves. What a little shit. And then punched the king. King is fine, though. There's literally nothing I can do about it unless I want to risk a, what's it called? Loyalty cascade, which I don't want to risk. That would end the whole fortress real quick. The dwarf didn't hit the gremlin or there would be war. Yeah, well, anyway, that's year 300. I was going to make the dwarves celebrate, but we have to put that body away first now. So celebrations are delayed for a couple of days until the body is dealt with. 300 years of Longdeath. Round of beers. Cheers. And the annual tribute from Busty Just Smack has arrived. And there goes Lake Bear's body into the tomb. Man, what a time to be a goddamn dwarf. I'm just kind of hoping that the Outpost Liaison just goes berserk pretty soon. 300 fucking years, yep. Prepare to fire, and prepare to fire. I should have 2 dwarves who are capable of firing those. There's the first tribute for year 300. Looks like they brought us 5 pig cheese to celebrate with, which is very appreciated. As well as 2 socks that we can't wear because they're human size, not dwarf size. The sub that got given wasn't show for some reason, you think? What, the one that... What do you mean the sub that got given? I don't know what sub you're talking about. This achievement is worth gold. You know, I tend to agree with you. I think that this achievement would be worth a little more. Okay, cool. 2 dwarves are coming to fire the ballistas. And then we can fire off the ceremonial ballista. While we wait for those dwarves to get here eventually. You know, I should really just, like, give them a route to here. So that they can just walk this way. Thanks, Anonymous, for the $4. Cheers. And there's the second one. And fire at will, and fire at will. There goes the ceremonial ballista. Celebrating another 100 years of Longdeath. The cuter ghost. Not to be confused with the cutest ghost, of course. And now we can release the dwarves. All right, everybody, back to work. Back to work. Time to do your paperwork, Mike Wazowski. Okay, so these don't work this way. That's what I thought. So what I think I'm going to do, because this unfortunately got really dangerous all of a sudden, is I'm just going to build a wall around the base of this. Like, around here. And just use the power source underneath it. But I have to move all of these from around the edge. Kind of sucks I have to do this, but like we have to use the lower area for power. So we're just moving all of this stuff. You know what? We could train the military out here. I think that this area... Okay, that's mostly undercover. I don't really want them undercover for training. It's an area that's not undercover. Up here? That's where we can put the military stuff. All right, so this here, we can just do this. Doesn't even matter what we use, probably just mudstone. Because this is kind of a temporary solution until I can make this thing safer. We will fix you. Then go start working on the power in the basement, of which we need like 2,000. We do, in fact, need a whole lot of power. But we should be able to get that done. In hopefully a reasonable amount of time. $241st tribute from Alchemy. That's a lot of goddamn tributes, let me tell you. That there is a lot of goddamn tributes. Also, Tygo the Second has been taken by a Fey Mood. Where even are you? Our most recent child, Tygo the Second, has been taken by a Fey Mood. Oh, really? They gave us socks? Are they asking us for us to give Dobby socks so that Dobby can be free? I kind of wish that I could release them from giving me tributes. Because I don't think I actually have that option. Because like once they're giving you tributes, they're kind of just indentured servants giving you tributes indefinitely. And from what I can tell, you can't really be like, all right, that's enough. Thanks for your tributes. Goodbye. From what I can tell, you can't really do that. It is also fitting that this child is making a artifact for year 300. So that part is pretty fitting. What kind of bones are those? A stray bull bone. Also, this dwarf is wearing a dress, trousers, a cap, a vest, a hood, and a Wolverine leather cloak. And is wearing one glove. Just one. The elves have arrived to trade, which we can do in a minute once they get, you know, down here. You know what? I'm actually going to let some chicks be born, because my dwarves have actually been way too effective at harvesting the eggs. So let's just forbid some so we can get some new baby chicks in the fortress. And there it goes. Child is still running from place to place and seems to have everything that they need, so I'm not too worried. Trading with the elves. Child is grabbing gem. Good stuff. I'm really hoping that that outpost liaison doesn't come back at some point soon, because I'm pretty tired of dealing with them. Especially now that they've started killing. Just kind of sucks. Really, really sucks. I've also got a bunch of dead animals over here that I didn't realize were just here. I'm just going to set all of these to be tossed out. I know why there's dead animals there. I just didn't realize they didn't deal with them yet. Just keeping an eye on this child. Yeah, I do hope that the better diplomacy stuff comes in by the time the Steam release is out, though. I know that Tarn shouldn't be, you know, wasting time on other things, but there's a lot of small improvements to diplomacy that I know are in the pipeline that I would really like to see finished. That I would really, really, really like to see finished. There you go. Child has begun a mysterious construction with gabbro, cow leather, stray bull bone, single-cut jasper opals, sheep wool cloth, 2 pieces of green glass, and rough rock crystals. Any bets on what the child makes? It is a crafts dwarf shop. I'm kind of hoping for a crown. Or like a toy axe or something. Or even a musical instrument. That would be awesome. All right. Time to go down to here. I scienced it. It doesn't work. I didn't think it would, but I kind of wanted to test it because it would have been an easier solution, but it's fine the way it is. I have this backup thing down here. Yeah, it is what it is. It's fine. But hope work stuff is okay. Let's get that done. And that done. And that done. This is going to do wonders to my frame rate. Also, might as well just do this. And that. And this. Considering there's no water in this right now, and it doesn't really matter if we go digging this up. But you know, we've hit year 300 now, so only got another 200 more to go before we've equaled your fort. And then after that, it's just one day at a time. One day at a goddamn time. It's all gravy? I don't know if it's all gravy, but I think the frame rate's still better than you were when you hit this era. Because I went and read through your blog again and was like, yeah, I think our frame rates are still better than Arch Crystal was around this point. So that's a positive thing, which means time just moves quicker. Yeah, no, you had like 6 frames per second, and you were like, because I don't think you had access to like merchants, right? In your era. I don't think that you had access to merchants or anything. Like, in order for you to get children in your fort, you basically had to like trap them in rooms together, which is very bad for frame rate. Like, as in very, very bad for frame rate. Whereas, like, I don't need to do that, so I can just kind of get away with doing this, but how well. Thank you very much, everybody, by the way, just for tuning in and watching and hanging out and spending time in the stream, because quite literally, if I didn't have people tuning in now, my job doing this would be in question. So, I mean, frame rate gets shitty when I do constructions in this area, and I don't actually know why. It's like this specific zone right here, when I tell them to do constructions down here, frame rate gets shitty. And I actually have no real reason as to why. Kind of makes no sense. Also, I should jump up here and just turn the water flow off for this exact moment. I know that this works. Also, ultimate hi doggy. That's the important thing to say. For a while there was people wondering why I had a Tommy Wiseau emote, and I'm glad somebody understands. It's the best possible but why emote you could ever have. Let's see if I can trade. Yep. They brought us a bull, a cougar, a horse. Buying all the fruits and such. Jump back down. You've met Tommy in real life? Really? Did you go to a one of the room showings? He seems like a nice enough dude. I don't know. In London? That's kind of awesome, actually. I would love to go to one of those. There's a local theater that used to show the room occasionally, but they haven't done that in a long time for obvious reasons. Another Euthyrus dedicated. Tygo II, the dwarven child, has created Eusten Nunsnar, Umarmishus Ekest, a Gabriel Earring, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthyrus Workdict. It's worth 25,200 Zethal. Blameless Blue, the something. What? Blameless Blue, the smoothness beach of dominating. This is a Gabriel Earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned jasper opal cabochons and cushioned rock crystal cabochons, and encircled with bands of cow leather and cow bone and single-cut green glass gems. This object menaces with spikes of gabbro, sheep's wool, and green glass. And it's going to go right here. With all of the other artifacts. Assuming I can find it. Got a lot of books to sift through. Unless I just can't find it, in which case then I just can't find it. You know what? Whatever. It's fine. I care much more about getting this done. And Joe Sauer with that Prime sub. Cheers! Thanks for that brand new Prime subscription. Enjoy the dwarf-themed emotes and the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Check, and we get a round of beers and such. You laugh so much in the showing, it's fun to watch it with people. Yeah, no, that movie's excellent if you have friends that have the right idea. That movie's horrendous if you aren't watching it with friends that have the right idea. If that makes any sense. But thank you. Cheers. As we slowly build a powered generator. Slowly. You know, the way I'm going to do this, I'll do it this way. We're going to power this up top. I'm actually going to fill this in, or not fill this in, but cancel this down here. And we are going to build it right there. Oh, I have to deconstruct that. But we are going to power this on this side up here. That's how we're going to do this. Which means this is the one that we need to be able to disable. So I need a lever. If not right here, then close to here. Where do I want to put this? I need a pump stack emergency shutoff, essentially. You know what? Let's put it right here. We'll call this pump stack shut off. And I will put a wall in here and a door over here. I'll probably pretty this area up later. Frame rate got a little better. Yeah, I'm not sure why the frame rate gets so bad when I do constructions right here. It's specifically this area. But hey, Joe Sauer, did you come in from Reddit by chance? Regardless, thank you very much for the brand new Prime sub. Welcome to Longdeath. Today we hit year 300. We're building the big ol' pump stack, and right now I'm building a power supply for the big ol' pump stack. And now I need to read words from Discord. If you join my Discord, you can add words to the add word room and participate in these shenanigans. And if it's a bunch of swear words, I'll probably ban you from my Discord. As I scroll up here. Ban fools. Analysts hate lies. Data analyst lies. Sadness and lies are sweet, briny untruths. Honey, sweet, salty popcorn. Silly snacks smell like fire. Whoa. That looks phenomenal in that burning dirt. Flour rice must be submerged in water. Squids squeeze salmon for enjoyment. Informatics confirm existence of excess in. Please continue the sentence. And I will pick up the next time somebody uses that in chat. Thanks, B-Log. And now we sit here and continue to stare at the dwarves slowly doing this. Oh, gotcha. You came to Twitch? Gotcha. I mean, you do get some perks for having Prime, you know? But thank you for stumbling over from the world of YouTube, because now is like the most helpful time that you could possibly do that. So cheers. For many reasons. There's going to be a lot of bitching about Twitch making counterproductive changes over the next little bit. So, because Twitch went and made a change that is not what I would describe as a positive for yours truly. So, in fact, it's an overwhelmingly negative change. So, hence why there's going to be a lot of bitching about it, just because I want people to be aware of it to assist in compensating for it. So essentially, if you like watching streams, especially if you like watching super niche games, now is the best time ever to just open up the streams channel and just let it sit. Even if you're not actively watching. Lurking just became significantly more valuable than it has been over the past few years. All right, we got the gear assembly in, and now we got the horizontal axle, which can connect these two. And I need a gear assembly right here, and a horizontal axle connecting these two. Then I need to jump over to this lever and connect it to There's gear assembly. Link it up to a gear assembly, which is going to be that one, which is the last one that we built. And then that's that. Now it's just a matter of pulling that lever so that it doesn't automatically power up. And then when we pull that lever, theoretically, we should start pumping lava. But first I need enough power, which currently we don't have. So once all this channeling is done and all of these water wheels are finished, the frame rate will pick up significantly, and then we'll wreck it again by pumping lava. Because pumping liquids through pump stacks is terrible for frames, but fortunately we only really need to do this once. You really enjoy the videos and interviews? There's another interview in the works, which I should hopefully have up at some point this month. Assuming you're referring to interviews that aren't just Dwarf Fortress related. I know obviously the ones I do with Tarn Adams are the most heavily viewed ones that I do. And the ones that are DF related are far and away get the most strict numbers, but the other ones that I do, I personally feel are more important because, you know, a lot of people know about Dwarf Fortress. Significantly fewer people know about the other games that I've done interviews for, so. I'm also kind of, I don't know if anybody here would be interested in this, but I'm kind of thinking about poking Hugh Millwarden, asking if he wants to do one specifically about combat in Warsim. Because I'm really happy with how the Warsim chat that I did with him turned out. Because I think a video on designing text-based combat could be interesting. Obviously, then we'd need to play more Warsim, and I don't think anybody here would complain about that. It's always a good day to, you know, find an excuse to play everybody's favorite snail betting simulator. Yeah, the frame rate just, like, tripled. I don't know what it is. When I channel on this layer specifically, it just wrecks the frame rate. I do not know what it is. All right, are you done yet? No, you are not. I'm just going to suspend the construction of that one so that I don't accidentally end up powering something on. Go green snail. Yeah, you know, everybody's favorite snail betting simulator. Also, if you haven't heard of Warsim, I highly recommend you check that game out because it's like the price of a bag of chips. Maybe a fancier bag of chips. Because it's like $5, but just a big bag of chips. I'll drop a link in the chat in a second if anybody is interested. This little video game. Okay, it's the price of 2 bags of chips. Three tubes of Pringles here? Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, that's about 3 tubes of Pringles. Probably better for you than 3 tubes of Pringles, too. You'll get more enjoyment time-wise out of that than 3 tubes of Pringles. But, yeah, no, I have another interview in the works, and which hopefully will turn out well. And after that, probably pester Tarn to have him on stream again, because we had him on stream, what? It was July? In July was the last time we had him on? Probably pester him again in November to have him on again. So that's basically what I said to him last time, was like, yeah, I'll try and have you on again before the end of the year. So sometime in November, we'll try and have Tarn on the stream again. Just to do another kind of community Q&A session, because that's kind of what it is. We're kind of just Q&A sessions for People who aren't on the forums. All right, I'm gonna go check something real quick. Let's let the dwarves work on this. Back in a sec. Just wanted to check my blood sugar. We good though. All right. Now we just sit here and wait for them to finish building all this. I don't actually know how much power this thing's going to generate, so we'll find out. Although, because it looks like we've got the majority of the hole, we've got all the holes dug. We can power this back up. Let's pull that lever. Build a new windmill up here. But we need to wait for that lever to get put in place first. Well, you know what? Let's just finish building it all first. Are you linking building to trigger? Nope. Yeah, you are. No problem, Josar. You can listen to the interview that I did with the developer. It was one of the first non-Tarn Adams interviews that I did. It's one of the ones I'm quite proud of. Very happy with how it turned out. He's a very charismatic, easy to talk to person. Another nice thing is he literally responds to every single review people leave for the game. So if you want to get a hello from the dev, just leave a review because he'll say hi. Which he's one of the only developers that I've ever met who does that, which I think is kind of incredible actually. Because that's a lot of people you got to talk to. Okay, so now you're going to go link the other lever up to the trigger. Elves are leaving, that's fine. Now we just simply wait for you to attach the other thing. Yeah, they answer all of the reviews, every single one of them, even the negative ones. Like, I don't know. It's funny because like I've actually seen developers stating that like you shouldn't respond to reviews, but I feel like that's kind of the same logic as people who say that you shouldn't respond to YouTube comments. You know, it's like I respond to tons of YouTube comments, except for kind of like the sort of irrelevant ones. Like if anybody if you leave an even like remotely interesting comment on one of my videos, I'll probably respond to it. Because like I get like, I don't know, 5, 10 maybe comments a day on YouTube. It's like it's totally reasonable to just like respond to random comments. Like, I'm going to tell somebody right now that no, Dwarf Fortress has not been in development for 30 years. Dwarf Fortress has been in development since about 2003, which isn't actually 20 years. Because they're wrong. I will never pass up an opportunity to tell somebody that they are wrong. Just waiting for this dwarf to hook this lever up, and then I can pull the lever, and then we can unforbid the other building piece. You're never wrong? Except for all of the times that you are. Nobody is ever incorrect about anything except for every single time that they are. Do what you gotta do. I'll be here. Thanks for swinging by and dropping the Prime sub. Seriously. And thanks for watching the stuffs on YouTube. It really means a lot. All right, so now that should be hooked up. I can pull that lever and unforbid that. You'll be lurking a bit again? Hell yeah. Katsu, good to see you again. We've hit year 300 today, so it's kind of a big day. Today's kind of a big deal. All right, is all of this done? It appears to be that way. So now let's just flip this on up here. Well, actually, by that I mean build a windmill up here. See how much power we generate. If you think that looks like a D, then you need to pay more attention in biology. Usually what I say is if your dick looks like that, you need to see a doctor. Like, stat. All right, so that should get done. You're going to go assemble that gear assembly now. Okay, 1,376 power is what we need. 1,376 power. Now the question is, are we going to get that 1,376 power? How many of those quotes do you remember, though, Animal? That's the question, because you're one of the most consistent quote demanders ever. Is that a lot? Nah, it's not that bad. That's pretty standard for a pump stack. Usually I allot about 2,000 power for a pump stack if I'm going to make a pump stack. If I'm pumping lava from the center of the earth, that is. It's usually about 2,000 power. That's a really roundabout route to construct this. Good to know that my maze is still being useful. What's even funnier is it's being put in a spot where we could literally just step over it. All right, well. So now it's just a matter of constructing one final thing. Just one final thing. I'm also going to put out a ping saying turning on the pump stack and now. Because, you know, maybe people want to see. Because unless I don't have enough power, which I think I do, shit's turning on in like a T-minus soon. Like very, very soon. Yeah, this is like what we've been working on for the last 300 years. The only thing I need is I need water. And then I gotta pull a lever. But in order to get water, we need this water windmill to get done. Because that's what's filling up the basin. You were lurking with super low volume? Kind of figured. Your spreadsheet is pretty out of date, yeah. Be willing to bet. So we need this water wheel to be done, which is going to pump in the... So this windmill right here needs to be constructed. That's what we still need to do. And then that will pump water down here into this basin, which is what all my power is hooked up to. I think this should be enough. If it's not, I might need to build some more windmills, and it might be another 10 minutes. But this should be enough power. And then the power will go up here and connect to this, which we need 1376 power. This should be enough. But I don't actually know how much it's going to be generating right now. I need to turn it on and find out. At which point, if I need more power, I can get more power pretty quickly and easily. Otherwise, we just have to pull a lever once the water's actually flowing. So let's just follow that dwarf that's building the windmill. Also, this dwarf was really depressed for a bit. It's no longer depressed. That's nice to see. I want to say that I was listening to AC/DC when that quote happened, because that was back during the era of song requests. So I'm pretty sure I was like humming AC/DC, I've got big balls, and then made that comment. I'm pretty sure that's what that was related to. But I don't know if they're the biggest balls of all, because I haven't seen that many balls, frankly. Although part of the reason your thing might be out of date, Animal, is I did actually delete a few of them. Because there was a few quotes from my ex in there, which I went through and deleted. I really hope that this thing's going to generate enough power. I really, really, really hope. Because I don't want to add more power to it, but if I do, then I do. Here's a question, chat. Do you guys think this is going to work once we have enough power, assuming? Or do you guys think it's just going to completely fall apart? Animal thinks it's going to work. All right, so that's one vote for it's going to work. Getting some cloth going. At least somebody has faith in me so far. You're hopeful, so yes, it'll work for 90%. 90%? Generally, the way things in Dwarf Fortress work, Animal, is they either work 100% or they fail catastrophically, and there's no in between. So it's either going to work or it's going to go up in flames. 5 dead dwarves, really? How are we going to kill 5 dwarves with this? One other thing I need to do before... That would probably be fine, actually, because that's a hole right there, but I don't want to risk it. Just making sure the whole thing's sealed, you know. Down to here. What's that? Okay, so you go up to here, which then powers this. Gotcha. Okay, so then you down to here. This is literally just me checking to make sure I didn't miss a spot. Yeah, should be good. Before turning it on? I just did, so we should be good. All right, power is beginning to flow. Now we just need to wait for this thing to kick up power. So I just need this to fill up, which it will. Give it a minute. Get ready to clip. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? I need this because this is what's going to power the damn thing. You trust my expertise in safety inspections, and then just, oh no. Right after that, yeah, well. We shall see now, shall we? This is gonna take a minute. We got a dam. I probably should have dammed this, actually. This is gonna take way longer to fill than it would if I just dammed the back of it. But, it's fun. They will start turning once it fills up, and I know it'll fill up, so. Or I could shut the thing down and dam half of it off. But then I'd have to wait for it to drain, and I don't really want to do that, so. We'll just let it fill. Considering, like, here it's all the way filled up already. I just need these silly side passages to fill up. Really wish that there wasn't boulders all over the top of this. See what the frame rate's like right now. No issues. Good stuff. Frame rate smoothens and water is filling. There we go. Thing's starting to power. Okay, so this is generating 500 power. Slight delay. And the reason I say slight delay is well, maybe the power will go up, actually. Because not all of these are actually... Yeah, okay. The power supply should go up. Because it is turning, which is generating power, but it's not quite at full power yet, I don't think. Although I might need to actually put in more. The reason I say I might need to put in more is because, unfortunately, this appears to not be generating enough power. We need about twice the power. Because this pump stack tower requires 1376 power, and right now we're generating 600. Okay, so it is going up. It is going up as this thing fills. I mean, how much water do we have down here now? 3. Okay, so only about half of it is actually generating power right now. Maybe it'll go up. I don't know. I'm going to start digging out the top half anyway. Start digging out the top half anyway, so I can extend it. Add more power to it. It is up to 600 power, which is good. It's an improvement. It's up to 700 power. I can't turn it on unless it hits 1376. Unless it hits 1,376 power, I cannot turn it on. It just won't power it. It'll slam to a halt. So I'm going to extend this just to prep to be able to bring in more power. Gear assembly. It is sort of working. It is indeed sort of working. It's just a pump stack, though. It's not rocket science. It's not like we're playing Kerbal or anything crazy. I do appreciate the curiosity / enthusiasm, though. Now, please don't jump in there, dwarves, whatever you do. Jumping in there is not allowed. Okay, how much power are we generating? Almost enough. Okay, I only need a few more. I probably actually don't need all of this. I just need like 1 or 2 more water wheels, and we have enough power. 1 or 2 more water wheels, so I can build 3. You love that everything is an instant? No, it takes a while to wind up. It takes a little bit to wind up. Because the deeper the water underneath it, the more power they generate. Okay, we're up to 50. Never mind, we have enough power. We do actually just have enough power. I don't actually need to add anything onto it. So, what I can do is I can cancel this. I can cancel this. I can cancel this. I can cancel this. And I'll suspend those 2. And I can cancel this one. We'll let you continue digging that out, though. That's fine. The suspense. It's generating basically enough power. Actually, no, let's not suspend these 2. Let's unsuspend these 2. You know what? There's no reason to not suspend them. Let's just finish building. And I mean, it's going to take a little while to get these extra axles on the back, but might as well start pumping, right? I mean, that's why you're all watching the stream, right? Is to watch my fort hopefully burn down. I know whose side you're on, chat, and it's not mine. All right, well, it's generating enough power, theoretically, so let's pull a lever. Now's where you get your clipping fingers ready. So this right here is producing 1,400 power. This right here needs 1,376 power. No one is currently coming to pull the lever. You know, we always talk about how good the frame rate is in Longdeath. This is where the frame rate's going to fall over and cease to exist for a bit. would be my guess. If there is ever a point where Longdeath's frame rate's just going to go kaput down to nothing, it's now. Oh, hey, it's now summer. Safety save? Nah, I'm not going to do that. Because save scumming goes against the... I mean, I keep backups, right? But, like, save scumming goes against the whole idea of Longdeath. Also, it's turned on, by the way. So... Because if you look at the pump in the kind of middle bottom of the screen, next to the 2 zeros, which are the pillars on the edge of the wall, they are currently in their second sprite. I've never save scummed Longdeath. The only time I've air quotes save scummed is when the game crashes, which has only happened twice in my time in this fort. But it's filling. Well, the lower half's working pretty flawlessly. See, there it goes. It's pumping. Why would I play with a mod pack that's like 6 years old? Clean your lobster. I'd rather have the new mechanics that's in vanilla than play with an old mod pack. Well, you have fun with that. Exclamation point Longdeath will help you out. Fungus Trooper. For reference, we are on year 300 of this fortress. Yeah, self-challenge imposed by some random in YouTube comments who was literally like, yo, you should keep a fort alive for 1,000 years. And I was like, you know, why not? Why the fuck not? And so here I am. Let's just make sure this thing's not leaking anywhere. Yeah, there isn't. Pretty much every challenge in DF is self-imposed. And there we go. So far, so good. First half is done. So it's going to pump all the way around to right here. And then it's going to get lifted by this pump. And it's going to keep going up. So we just need to wait for this to fill up. And then we should start seeing it falling down through that green bit. It's probably because of mismanagement then, Fungus Trooper. If your PC dies after 3 years, you are most definitely mismanaging your fortress resources. Doesn't matter if you're playing a mod. If you mismanage your stuff in your fortress, you will die of frame rate death. So don't mismanage your resources. I've kept this fortress alive for literally 300 years. And outside of, like, you know, when we're pumping stuff, but even like with the pump, everybody was saying that the pump stacks are going to fuck the frame rate. And like, yeah, we're still above 30. We're probably close to 40 still. Everybody was saying the pump stacks would fuck the frame rate, and so far it hasn't. So, yeah, I don't understand how people are so bad at managing their stuff. Why would I have mussel shells? If I did have mussel shells, I would sell them. I don't make my dwarves fish. That's disgusting. That's an insult to dwarf kind, frankly. That's food. That's people food, human food even. No, we eat meat from our unicorns that we harvest, and the only thing that really slows it down is population. Even population doesn't. No, the thing that slows it down is pathing. these days. Like, literally, the only thing that genuinely slows the game down now is pathing. But overproduction can also slow the game down. Because people who overproduce, per fucking deuce. Whenever I make crafts, I sell them all within a year. Like, if I make 1,000 crafts, which I'll do every so often to clear out some stone, I sell it all within the year. It's all out of the fort. Except for the ones that get claimed by the dwarves, and those just get put into their bedrooms and forgotten about. But even population doesn't slow the game down that much if you path correctly. As a test, I actually made a second version of this fortress, and I cranked the population up to 200. And got to it. This was earlier on in Longdeath. This was like year 100 something when I was still getting migrants. Cranked the population up to 220 and filled the population up almost immediately within a couple migrant waves, and I was still running at like the same frame rate. It's just a matter of managing your frames correctly. Could the lava tower be made into some kind of bath and steam house? Not unless you want to melt the flesh off of your dwarves. Steam's pretty hot, and we'll do that. Vinsati, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Fungus Trooper. And gifting 25 subs. Now you have a red badge. Also, I think we are up. Yep, we are. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Fungus Trooper and the Dwarf-themed emotes. Currently, it's September on Twitch, so subscribing to streams is 20% off, which is why lots of gifts are getting thrown around. 300. Lathan. 300 years. We are currently on year 300. We started on year 5 of the world, and we are now on year 305. All of the VODs are on my YouTube channel if you want proof via that playlist. Just gonna make sure this isn't leaking anywhere. And thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Cheers, Lathan. And there it goes. It fills. It begins. It begins. Cheers, Darren. There actually somehow managed to get, we managed to get some gems and a few bolts into here, unfortunately, during the construction. What are they fighting with? This human just, fell down my stairs. They keep doing that. I don't know why, but they keep doing that. Let's just quickly, let's just quickly get stuff traded. Because I probably have quite a bit of stuff to sell. You know what? I could sell the rest of the trap components. I don't need any more corkscrews now. Up downstairs? No, that's they keep falling down my what do you call it? Ramps. Look at that. This is just so freaking satisfying. Like, I can't even describe how satisfying this is. Peter got reelected. I got to make 2 ballista arrows for the king. Water is significantly scarier than lava. Water has pressure and can build up and can, like, kill things with the water pressure. Lava is just really burny if you touch it. So with lava, the secret to lava is you just don't touch it. I am way more afraid of doing stuff with water than I am with lava. Lava is significantly less scary than water. I mean, as Qpost says, it's a giant lava bong. But it's going to go all the way down to here. I mean, the reason I curved it is because I didn't want to go through that cavern. Also, there's a lake at the bottom of that cavern. It's going to go down to here. And fill upwards. Theoretically, I still have a drainage thing. So if I ever wanted to drain it, I could drain it through this weird curvy tunnel. Yeah, also, I should probably open up the filling. Pull this lever. And drain in case of okay, so and then this lever. Pull both of these, because that's going to close that drawbridge and get the top half of the reservoir filling again, because this is actually going to drain pretty quickly, I would expect. That hits the edge of the map, yeah, and it'll run off the edge of the map. This is our actual reservoir here. It's designed to keep magma crabs out, hopefully. Hopefully. Hopefully is the keyword. But the dwarves are pretty busy currently bringing trading items, so that's fine. I'm a little bit distracted by this tower anyway. I mean, it's still working. How long do you guys think it's going to take to fill up? I'm guessing like a year, maybe 2. Because, like, we've actually reached the curve, which is going to start sending it down to the bottom. And it is filling fast enough that it's not going to start evaporating anytime soon. Yep, we have 39 citizens. Woo! We keep the population low so that it's easy to manage. And so that I don't need to deal with invasions. Ghana says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to share. What requests do you have of our merchants? I won't need these much more because we're getting a lava furnace soon. You considered going lower? If you limit it lower than 80, you don't get invasions from goblins. Unless you've already had an invasion from goblins, in which case you get invasions from goblins. If it's below, I think it's 60, you don't get ambushed by elves. And if it's below 50, you don't get giants and ettins. If it's below 20, you don't get were creatures or vampires. Although I think vampires still come in anyway via bugs. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Although you can adjust all of those in the INI files, so you can actually make it so that they will invade you below 80. But, you know. Hey, Russ. Were creatures not to be confused with what creatures? The most confusing of creatures. As the giant lava bong slowly fills. What's the purpose of anything in Dwarf Fortress? Like serious question. What's the purpose of anything? Theoretically, it's just an incredibly gaudy magma furnace because it's actually connected to this. And this layer right here, once this thing is done filling in 1,000 years, will be my magma forge. So this layer right here, we're going to build the actual forges. I'm going to pretty it up and stuff. But this is actually going to be my forge. So theoretically, this giant tower is a completely irrelevant, incredibly gaudy magma forge. I might actually make a second magma forge above ground because I can. Yeah, I mean, it's just a way of having lava at the surface, so I could make a lava moat. There's a lot of things I could do now that I have this, but currently it is utterly pointless. I mean, it's a giant heater. Is why I fear the why creature is why it was why you fear the night indeed. Yeah. I hope you're doing well, Russ. It's good to see you. We're just like casually hitting year 300 of this fortress. Because for anybody who is also, I love how somebody just left their dirty laundry down there. For anybody who is newish to this fortress, I have quite literally been playing this same fortress for a year. We started this fortress August 26th last year. Because, like, you know, the sort of things that you do during a pandemic, I decided to play a fort for 1,000 years. God, I saw the lava appear here for a second there, and I thought it was leaking, and I had a panic attack. It's actually pumping pretty slowly. Not quite. We still do need wood, and we still need wood specifically for we still need wood specifically for the ballista arrows that the king demands. But once the king dies and stops demanding ballista arrows, yeah, then we literally don't need to cut down wood at all. I just want to watch that clothing catch fire. It's a lot of lava, but it's still going to take a long time to fill. It's going to take multiple years to fill. And what's even better is the whole thing is going to power down when we hit fall. So it's not even going to fill the entirety of it. They already did, Tamika. We already replaced them all. The thing that I'm actually waiting for is I'm waiting for books to start disintegrating, and I'm waiting for bins to start disintegrating, because wooden bins disintegrate. So do wooden doors. Anything made out of wood disintegrates over time. So yeah, that's our power supply right there. Possible to make what is lye made out of? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I never thought about it. I was gonna say, like, I think yeah, you need ash to make lye, and I don't think you can make ash out of anything except for wood. But again, fortunately, I only need to do that every few hundred years. Also, I'm curious to see if this chunk of river doesn't freeze once there's lava here. I'm very curious to see that. I'm also waiting for someone to get beaten up in the tavern and punched through this gem window and into the lava pit. Very much waiting for that to happen. And honestly, I hope it happens. Like, for the safety and health of my dwarves, that would be awful. But I still kind of hope it happens. I know that if you have a layer of snow or ice, a layer of dirt, and then lava underneath it, it melts the snow and ice above. But, like, Dwarf Fortress temperature mechanics are one of those things where it's like, that's a really deep system that no one pays attention to because it's so hard to notice. So I'm curious about, like, what, if anything, actually becomes noticeable. You have a good night, Animal. Cheers. Thanks for swinging by and spending time here, as per usual. And thanks everybody for tuning in for the, the actual flipping the on switch on this thing. It's been kind of quiet around here recently. Yeah, look at that. Well, that's good. We got the enough that it won't ever drain. So now it's just a matter of continuing to fill it. and also pulling these levers at some point, but everybody's busy with this, so.
What are you doing on computer? Go outside, so beautiful!
You mean go to bed, not go outside, I think. Man, would you look at that? But yeah, this is probably the most extensive magma forge I've ever built. Actually, no, it is the most extensive magma forge I've ever built. Am I gonna miss trading? I think I might. Most excessive magma forge I've ever built? Yeah, that's a word I can use, I think. Absolutely the most excessive magma forge. And the best part is, when this is done, there's just going to be a pillar of lava. And in my own headcanon, because it's encased in green glass, in my headcanon, it's like the lighting for the whole fortress. Has a lot of swear words, depending on what it is and what the swear words are. Like, at that point, it depends on context. But I don't mind swear words. Swear words is fine. It's not like I don't say swearing words, ever. Also, did anybody even clip the thing turning on? You know, Vin needs to go dig up that thing of Dwarf Fortress swear words that he came up with. Because Vinsati in chat made a selection of DF swear words. And they are very amusing, in my opinion. Bunch of chicks got born. You'll send it after stream? It's okay, I'll forget to implement it, so don't worry if you forget. We'll get to it. Just remember, all of these like power functions are theoretically supposed to create moving fortresses. Like that is actually like the long-term plan that Tarn Adams has. Is he wants to make flying fortresses and moving fortresses. I'm actually amazed at how little effect this is having on my frame rate. I'm genuinely amazed. There we go. Got that open again, so that's topping off the reservoir. You just really want boats? Did you see the why boats are a pain in the ass video I put up? Of Tarn talking for like 2 minutes about why boats are a pain in the ass? About the power goals a second ago. It's so good, Listless. It's so good. You still want them. Fair enough. I don't know. For me, I don't want to actually be able to build boats. I just want boats in Legends. Like, I don't care if there are physical representations of boats in the game. I just want them to be in Legends, and I want to be able to find them in, like, ports in Adventure Mode. That's all I care. I don't need to actually see them moving. I just want them to exist. Boats in Adventure. Yeah, like, even as a form of fast travel. Like, I don't need... And that's not how Tarn would implement them, because Tarn goes all the way. He doesn't go halfway to a thing, right? Like, for me, it's like, if I had say, it would just be like, yo, it's like a thing that exists in Legends, but... I've played Ultima Online, so I know how they would work. It's been a long time since I've played in any Ultima Online servers, though. A friend of mine and his older brother ran an Ultima Online server on one of their computers for a bit. and 2 of his friends connected, and there was like, I don't know, maybe a dozen of us at one point that were all playing on this one private server. It was a bit of fun. I've never played on like proper Ultima Online though. I'm too young for that. There we go. Look at that. I thought about trying to make a community Ultima Online server for a little bit, but I don't know. I mean, it's kind of par for the course of being ASCII, right? If you make a game with certain restrictions to allow for depth and mechanics, you have to abide with those restrictions, right? You played on a larger private RP server? Yeah. I mean, that's the way to do it with those older MMOs. Oh, jeez. The other humans already left. That's fine. We'll just trade the rest of it. All right. How much power is this thing generating now? 3,300. Yeah, that's more than enough. That is more than enough. Curious about how full the halfway point is, which is right here. Man, that's actually not totally full. It's only 3 of 7 at the end there. It's actually filling about as quick as it's getting drained. But yeah, now it's almost basically just back to normal Longdeath stuff. Because it's filling. You want to use power from water wheels to operate ballistas? I have a feeling stuff like that would probably show up in the Siege update, yeah? Or better sieges? Just gonna stealthily do something for Russ. There you go. I have a VIP badge. Orange is fighting with the Royal Treasurer. So both the Outpost Liaison and the Royal Treasurer are tantrums. Or are tantruming. Not at the same time. Because fortunately they're generally not here at the same time. But they're both tantruming. Mechanized weaponry? See, like, I guess that's where you and me disagree. I want Dwarf Fortress to lean in the direction of non-violent intrigue. Like, I want... Like, leave the combat the way it is. I want better diplomacy. I want better trading options. I want better... I want other ways of interacting with the world and more verbs to interact with the world that are not capital V violence. You know what I mean? Like, violence is fun. Don't get me wrong. Violence is a lot of fun in video games. But I want more ways to interact with the world that are not violence. The more ways that I can interact with the worlds that I generate in DF, the better. And that can be almost anything, you know? But I'm sure, like, we'll get big fancy expansions to that stuff eventually. Like, the game's already really epic, listless. But, like, I think that's just the direction that games are going in general, you know? Games are... Non-violent options are often the more interesting option. And I think that's actually one of Dwarf Fortress's weak points right now, is the fact that once you're at war with somebody, you're just kind of at war with them, and good luck. And there's no ending that war. LC will Atom Smash us? I mean, if that's how you roll, I guess. Yo, what up? How's things, Axon? There's lava in my tube. We finally did it. It only took us, like, 100 years. But we did it! There's lava in the lava tube. But yeah, I mean, violence is should always be an option, and I agree that there should be interesting ways to go about your violence. But I think peace should also always be an option, and I think that there should be more ways to make peace. I mean, maybe there will never be ways to make peace with goblins once you're at war with goblins. Like, and like I could see that being fine, right? Because you kind of need an agent of chaos. Same with like and the general villain characters in the game, and any factions run by villains. But I think for more society-focused factions like humans and elves to a degree, and other dwarves, I think it should be easier to fix relations with them if you go to war with them. Other than militia, lava, and bridge. Well, if you're using bridges for defense, you've already lost. Basically. I think that the way Dwarf Fortress kind of lets you do what you want is a good thing, and as long as Tarn never goes the route of RimWorld, which is, oh, if something is strong, fun, and interesting, nerf the fuck out of it, which is what RimWorld does. Assuming Dwarf Fortress never goes that way, I think Tarn can just kind of do whatever the fuck he wants, and I don't care. Because I think like one of the main strengths of Dwarf Fortress is how many options you have. I mean, like we're halfway there, right? Like factions can form alliances in like wouldn't it be fucking cool if Outpost Liaison showed up and gave a warning that there is word that there's an army coming from X place. Right? And then if you give them X amount of trade value, they'll send assistance. Even just something like that. Like, imagine what that would do to impact the game, right? Like, the humans show up and say, oh, this goblin faction is sending an army to invade you. They'll be here X time next year. And then they could send assistance. Like, even that would be, like, gimmickable, but it would change, like, your options for role-playing in the game so much. I don't know. I just think that that would be interesting. But, you know, I'm not a developer. I don't know how hard any of this would be. We just need the verbs. Exactly. Honestly, and this is something that I've been saying about Dwarf Fortress for a really long time, I want the Steam version to be done. And I have a very specific reason for that. Well, number one, I want it to be done because it'll probably help me out quite a bit financially because this is my job, streaming video games on the internet, and Dwarf Fortress is one of the main games that I stream. But I want it to be done so that Tarn can stop fiddling with UI and go back to adding interesting verbs to the game. Go back to adding systems and mechanics and changing things and adding things that are fun to the game instead of just, you know, as he put it, working on boring as shit UI. I mean, not even magic, like finish villains, you know, like that stuff. Like get paid, Tarn, but also after that, go make cool shit. Because every time I talk to him, and I've had him on the stream 4 times now, every time I've talked to him, it's been like, he talks about the Steam version and he just has this bored sound in the back of his voice. And then the literal second we start talking about myths and magic, better sieges, or anything that's like new, he just gets so excited. I just want to hear him excited more often. You know, I don't know Tarn that well, Wave Depletion, but he doesn't really strike me as the go lay on the beach kind of person. I don't know. I don't know what Tarn... I feel like Tarn just works on Dwarf Fortress for fun. Or he just works on a different part of Dwarf Fortress. I don't know. Like, I wonder what he does for fun. That's actually, like, a good question. What are you going to do when you've made $1 billion selling copies of Dwarf Fortress? Also, there was a little wall of text I sort of missed. Something you would love is to see options for fortresses to make for specific purposes, like your Civ recognizes we send you or you export weapons and then they actually... Oh, you mean like being used as like a vassal, sort of, by like a bigger commanding fortress? Maybe, but I think that would probably kind of go against Tarn's design ethos, so I would be shocked if that ever actually happened. What do you do for fun after making a universe-generating game? Make the game generate the universe better-ish? Maybe? Absolutely none, Seth. Quite literally. Like, it's funny because, like, I DM the Kit Fox community manager the morning there's news because I do those news videos. And sometimes if I'm lucky, she'll send me the screenshots like an hour before they go up. But there will be times where it'll be like 7 o'clock in the morning over here. And she'll be like, yeah, the news post is supposed to go up in 2 hours and Tard hasn't sent us screenshots yet. He hasn't emailed us this morning, so we don't know. Like, from what I can tell, like, he just does his thing and they just manage the communications around it. Like, quite literally, they don't put any pressure on him. He's just there. And, like, she did a interview with me, but she also did one with the DF Roundtable guys. And on that podcast, she basically just stated, like, yeah, no, he just does his thing. They're just there for, like, emotional support if he needs it. And, they manage all of the non-Bay 12 games forums and stuff. They're just there on the edge going, I hope you release your game soon. Because obviously they get a payday too when it gets released. But yeah, from what I can tell, they're just moderating forums, basically. Seems like working with a mysterious hobbit. Why did I read that as rabbit the first time? Yeah, it's like working with a wizard, sort of. Can't pressure the artist? Well, that and like... I don't want to assume what it's like to be a publisher, but inheriting the Dwarf Fortress community... Outside, like, there's been some new people that have kind of come in from the fringes now because of the existence of the Steam page, but inheriting the Dwarf Fortress community as a management side is very much like, congratulations, you're now in charge of probably the most patient community in video games. Like, find me a community surrounding a game that is more patient and understanding than Dwarf Fortress. I don't think it exists. Like, maybe there's some other tiny indie game out there that has a similarly patient community, but when it comes to bigger games and as far as weird indie games go, Dwarf Fortress is a bigger game. Find me a more patient community. TF2 is a tortured community. That is different. Ire Stupid, what's up? How's things? Yeah, and like, excuse me, like that stuff is exacerbated by like just the way games are designed now. NetHack doesn't change very often, but NetHack's also open source, so I don't quite count NetHack. But yeah, NetHack's probably similar. Although and then I would point at Stone Soup and say, that's not a patient community. And then I would point at CDDA and be like, that's not a patient community. Yeah, NetHack's probably pretty similar. Yeah, that's like if Tarn just turned around one day and said, I'm not going to work on Dwarf Fortress ever again, I'd be really sad, but I'd kind of get it and be like, all right, release the source code, bud. Yeah, outside of like maybe open source games and a few roguelikes, like I'd probably be willing to bet $1 or $2 that Caves of Cud is pretty similar in like their laxness and patience. But even Caves of Cud, technically they update every Friday. They're tiny updates, but the major updates don't come very frequently. But even like if you look at Odd Realm or something that doesn't update very often, like if you go to the Steam forums for Odd Realm, there's always one person saying, dead game. You know? And that always makes me sad because, yeah, that game gets a proper update once a year. It's definitely not a dead game. Definitely not a dead game. Yeah, like literally, I just went to the Odd Realm Steam page. There's some person. Is this ever getting patched? So tired of waiting. Developer. Sorry for the wait. Very close. Just finishing up. Just work hard, man. Get her done. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not going to make the massive leap to say that, like, Dwarf Fortress is an easy community to manage by any stretch, but it's definitely a patient one. Although, I'll be honest, and maybe you guys will have some more input on this. I'm kind of worried that the release of the Steam version, it's green glass, freeways. I'm kind of worried that the release of the Steam version is going to change that. Remove the patience. I mean, Setados, do you want to see something kind of interesting? Why is somebody messaging me on Reddit? That's a new one. But anyway, the thing that I was going to show you is this. SteamDB. Dwarf Fortress. All right. So this is the Steam database page for Dwarf Fort. A little indie game. You may have heard of it. Time is subjective. But if you go to charts, obviously there's views of people streaming it and yada yada. But if you look at this, and this is an interesting statistic. This is the number of Steam followers the game has. Right? Now, almost immediately in 2019 when it started, when it was posted, it got 50,000 followers on Steam. It's almost at 100,000 followers. Now, that might not seem like a huge amount, right? But just for reference, RimWorld, which everybody loves to compare Dwarf Fortress to, if you go to charts, RimWorld has 460,000 followers. And it's been out for significantly longer, on Steam anyway, than DF. It's been on Steam since what, 2015? 2016? If we jump to, say, let's just say Jupiter Hell, because this is, a relatively recently released game. Jupiter Hell has what? 11,000 followers since release? Let's say, what's a pretty big game? Path of Exile. Let's see what they have, followers-wise. I'm just curious. Probably significantly more for Path of Exile, but, it's also still interesting. Path of Exile has 242,000 followers on Steam. So little old Dwarf Fort has almost a third of the followers that Path of Exile has. And it hasn't even released yet. Which is kind of bonkers. Warframe, on the other hand, has almost 750,000. So Warframe a little bit bigger. I just checked. But like, what's a comparable game? Let's just say Tales of Magial. Tome. Everybody's favorite. What's Tome got? Tome has 15,000 followers on Steam. So it's like all of that behind the scenes traffic pointing at it. When it releases, it's going to be the #1 seller on Steam. No question. No question. It's also in the... actually, I could tell you this. Let's reopen that page because I closed it. What's the place on the wish listing? Yeah, number 17th most wish-listed game, but a bunch of big games just got announced. So, number 17 on the wish lists page versus other games that are not out. So, and it's been as high as number 8 on the wish lists page, but on average, 20% of people that wish list a game buy it on launch. And I think it's like 50% of people who wishlist games on Steam also follow them. So just purely based on people who are aware of the game right now, theoretically, day one, Dwarf Fortress should sell 50,000 copies. Theoretically. And that's not including word of mouth and people that don't know about it yet. And I'm not an expert at this. This isn't my... That's not... Like, predicting sales isn't my job. Playing video games on the internet is. It's going to be miserable? I don't think it's going to be miserable. I think you need to give Tarn a little bit more credit. Fungus Trooper. I think you're going to need to give Tarn a little bit more credit. And to people who say that it's going to have negative reviews, just look at something like Guy Gatsby's War in the East or War in the West, which is like a $90 game, which is absurdly obtuse and jankier than, if not as janky, as Dwarf Fortress, and it has very positive reviews. Like, yeah, see, now that's the unknown number, listless onion. Wait, how's it going to be a mess with how Steam works? I'm curious about what part you think is going to be a mess. Stone, heads up, we got tributes. Well, except, here's the thing, right? We know that Dwarf Fortress is a good game. And also, last I checked, I haven't seen billboards for Dwarf Fortress on the side of a bus. At least not yet. I would love to see Debug Guy on a bus, but there is no Dwarf Fortress ads on the side of buses, so I guarantee you it's less hyped than Cyberpunk. Actually, now I'm curious, how many people follow Cyberpunk on Steam? Cyberpunk 2077. Holy shit, they had 1 million players all-time peak? Good lord. 1.1 million followers on Steam for Cyberpunk. Yeah. That's a bit. I mean, one of those games is good. Fungus Trooper. One of those games is good. The other one is Cyberpunk. And I don't generally say that RimWorld is very good, so that's big flattery coming from me. Debug on a bus. I just want plushy debugs. That's all I want. I just want plushy debugs, man. Who do know about it and having stellar expectations due to reading stories. Yeah, that's something that I worry about. I worry about overinflated expectations. Like, people who, like, anybody who plays Dwarf Fortress a lot can, like, watch a Krug Smash video and, like, deconstruct it in their brain and know how he did it. And know where the elaborations are and where the actual, like, communicated story is. And I have seen people saying things like, oh, I watched a bunch of Krug Smash videos and then started playing DF. Where's this story that he's telling, you know? The reality is you have to bullshit and roleplay. I'd say that the community itself that plays the game is very upfront about the game's limitations. I think that people who just read articles about Dwarf Fortress that are written by people who don't play Dwarf Fortress, I think those people, not necessarily. Listless. You want debug stickers? I would make those, but I would want, like, Kit Fox to make those. Yes, you have to have an imagination and the ability to roleplay, right? Like, I can do that. And I'm doing that the entire time I'm playing Dwarf Fortress, even if I'm not necessarily like voicing it to you guys. But I run into that every time I play DF. You expect DF Steam Edition to become a content creator heavy game, a bit like Minecraft, where everyone has it and love it, but not much people really play it. I mean, that's not true. A lot of people play Minecraft. Minecraft is like one of the highest concurrent player bases in the world. It's up there with everything. It's just not 30-somethings that play it. It's kids that play it. Minecraft is like Lego. Everybody who's like under the age of 15 has played Minecraft. Minecraft is huge. So if you think that Minecraft is a content creator heavy game, that not a lot of people play it, that's what Dwarf Fortress is currently, where a lot of people know that it exists, and some creators make stuff for it, and not many people really play it. You demand that I voice now? Oh, you mean like... But wouldn't they all just have the same accent in this world because like they all look the same? Cobaltite Altar and Eagle Blood. They brought us the blood of America. Also, hey Peter, what's up? Nothing. Good God, Twitch is literally deleting all of my cookies every time I refresh the fucking website. What is going on? The hell, Twitch? I just like refreshed my dashboard and it like reset my entire dashboard, including putting it into dark mode. What the actual fuck is wrong with you, Twitch? First you break auto hosts and like completely kneecap my potential growth, and now you're breaking everything else. I'm like fucking tired of this shit. You're boozed? Well, that sounds fun. Just don't get boo-hoosed. Twitch is deleting all of my cookies every single time I refresh the website, which means I have to turn on all of my accessibility apps every single time. Because in order to read Twitch chat, I have a custom font, and I have breaks in between the chats. I have extra spacing in between the characters and everything so I can read. But, like, apparently Twitch is like, nah, you don't need any of those. Thanks. Probably. Who knows, though, Darren? Seems like a lot, yes, but the actual numbers of Minecraft is huge. Minecraft is one of the most played games in the world. But, you know, that's the same. As a content creator, that's literally the same for every game. That's quite literally the same for every game. Doesn't matter what game you're playing, only a small portion of your audience, or only a percentage of your audience will actually play the game too. Also, for anybody who's wondering what I'm bitching about, it's literally this. Which is why I posted the Reddit thread today, because it's like all of my channel's discoverability just vanished with that change, which is cool. So I now have to actually abuse the kindness of other places to actually get traffic to my stream, because I don't get any anymore. I used to post my stream on Reddit all the time, but I try not to clog the subreddit because I already post my news videos. And it's like, I feel like it should be a space for other people, but... Yeah, I mean, that's usually when I'm I watch League of Legends because sometimes I want to see League of Legends, which I haven't played since 2014. But I don't actually want to fucking play League of Legends. Guess you're getting tired. Or there's just lava in the middle of the screen and it's making you all hot. Wouldn't that be logical? You're having hot takes because there's lava everywhere and you're like, man, look at that lava. Time to make some hot takes. And grab a marshmallow. I will say this. I think that there's two ways that the Steam DF launch will go. It'll either have overwhelmingly positive reviews and everybody will absolutely love it, or it will be overwhelmingly negative and the game will never recover. Let's hope for the positive. Things that are metal require a forge. YouTube really doesn't like you promoting Twitch streams. You can kind of mention it, but if you make a video specifically to promote a Twitch stream, or if you make a community post specifically to promote a Twitch stream, it can get your channel suspended. But if you make a video that's unrelated to the Twitch stream and also you promote a Twitch stream, you're kind of okay. So if I just directly promoted my Twitch stream through there, unless I was also restreaming to YouTube, they don't like that. Normies, Axon? Blankets. Ginormous blankets written by people who disliked it. What do you mean by blankets? I like blankets, they're cozy. Walls of text. But how many people genuinely, like, vehemently dislike Dwarf? Like, find me somebody. Although they're probably not here, I would guess. Actually, maybe don't find me somebody. I don't know if I need to lose more brain cells. Down to mixed at worst. Like I said, I think it'll either be overwhelmingly positive or overwhelmingly negative, and there won't be any in between. I have a feeling it'll be overwhelmingly positive. Even if it's just because of legacy alone. Like, how many people do you think bought Cookie Clicker over the last week just because they played Cookie Clicker in the past and are going to look at it for 5 minutes and go, ah, that's neat, and then move on with their life? I have a feeling that Dwarf Fortress will get some of that. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway. He says as he's buying more mines. Yeah, no, like, they released Cookie Clicker on Steam. It's $5 and has 6,044 overwhelmingly positive reviews. And had a concurrent player base of like 55,000 on launch day. Kavish says, I am your liaison from Mountain Homes. I am a criminal who killed one of your dwarves. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of the merchants? Metal bars. You don't want to be on this planet anymore? That's okay. That's how Elon Musk makes me feel. Let's get rid of that. At least me enjoying Cookie Clicker doesn't directly destroy the planet. Peter says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yeah, no, I do agree. I mean, and also, like, I always point this out to people when we have this conversation listless, which is, yo, like, I know that Crusader Kings 3 is pretty approachable and has a pretty comprehensive tutorial, but, like, Crusader Kings 2, admittedly, is free to play now, but Crusader Kings 2 really didn't. And people loved that game. You know, people love all of the Paradox games to a degree. You know, like Europa Universalis doesn't have a tutorial at all, really. I mean, it has a air quotes tutorial. It's not really a tutorial. Like, it's hardly a fucking tutorial. The game has $600,000 in DLC and costs like the price of my week's worth of groceries, but has very positive reviews and is more obtuse than Dwarf Fortress in a lot of ways, or just as obtuse as Dwarf Fortress in a lot of ways. Once a game has positive reviews, then other people look at it and they go, all right, well, this has really positive reviews. So even if I'm not getting it, there must be something here. Right now, when people go to start playing Dwarf Fortress, what do they see? They see this. Where's the download button again? I'm not going to lie. The first time I went to download Dwarf Fortress in like 2009, it took me a minute to figure out that that was a download button. I think initially I clicked that and it didn't do anything. It took me a while to figure out that you click that to download the game. So it's like, once there's a Steam page that has a positive review rating, suddenly the game becomes so much more approachable. Right? Like, if a game has X number of positive reviews and you've paid money for it, people are significantly more likely to stick with it. The key word is once you've paid money for it. And Cooler's like, you fucking child. You little fucking child. Yeah, this is going to take like 4 years to fill up. Kind of happy this isn't really impacting the frame rate, though. I need to go scold ClinoDev for telling me that it would impact the frame rate. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. $3,300. I like this, though. Total power needed, 1,832. Power generated, 3,300. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. It literally is like, you don't need to understand all of the nuances of Dwarf Fortress to be able to play Dwarf Fortress. Like, if they can fit enough tutorialization into Dwarf Fortress to explain to people, no, you don't need to give your dwarves water. You need to give them alcohols. And also, here's the alcohol and how to make alcohol. And that's how you make a bedroom. If they can fit that much tutorialization into Dwarf Fortress, they're fine. Like, literally, if you can tell people how to build a bedroom and make them realize that the game is about personal role-playing and personal goals, and cram a shit ton of cram a shit ton of achievements in there, yeah, you're good. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Like, you're just good at that point. Because, as we've discussed, the game's not that hard. It's really not that complicated. Oh yeah, no, absolutely nobody important. Like, you could just go copy paste the wiki articles into Steam guides. There could be hundreds. I hope that they go, like, I want to see it look like Tome and just have like 1,400 achievements. Like, ride a dragon in adventure mode should be an achievement. Well, I mean, that's abusing a bug. Also, so considering quantum stockpiling is something that the community does that Tarn doesn't really acknowledge. Like, he acknowledges that it's something that we do, but he also acknowledges that we do it because for a lot of things, there isn't a better option. So I kind of doubt you'd have a achievement for quantum stockpiling because that's not really an intended function of the game. There are several functions in the game that are not intended, that are there as stopgaps because we don't have a better option. And I kind of doubt that you would see those as achievements. It's a joke? Come on. I couldn't tell. What do you even do besides first-time buildings? Okay. Hunt an animal. Tame an animal. Kill a specific type of animal. Tame every single animal in the game. Kill every single animal in the game. Have a dwarf die in a specific way. Atom smash something. Atom smash a dwarf. Which may also be considered abusing a bug. Anyway, set up and have a functioning minecart. Breed every single animal. Sell every single item. Sell X amount of value of an item. Sell an artifact. Make an artifact. Write a book. Obviously builds the basic buildings. Discover hell. Discover angels. Find a fun spire. Invade somebody. Get invaded by somebody. Get invaded by multiple armies at once. Make a were creature. Make a vampire. Get attacked by a vampire. Discover a vampire. Arrest somebody. I could go on for hours. Get visited by a titan. Dragon. Train a dragon. Breed a dragon. How to train your dragon. Yeah, it's like literally like it just. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Ovsalot, I've talked to him about achievements, and he basically has said that this is something that he needs to do. Ovsalot. Have 100,000 blocks. Maybe use 100,000 blocks over all of your fortresses, but I don't know if Tarn would do that. But no, like that's the thing though. Ovs is like he has said as much that that is something that he needs to do. I mean, he could also just have like 5 achievements in Dwarf Fortress and then that's it, you know? Then that's the other route they could go. There could be like 5 achievements and they could all be secret. It's like, what are they? Again, like, I don't think breaking the game should be an achievement. Tygo. You know what's funny, actually, Tygo? On the topic of dropping your frame rate, the Outer Wilds. Mild spoilers for Outer Wilds. There is a way in Outer Wilds to see multiple perspectives of the solar system at once. And there was, for a while, there was an achievement where you could see yourself from another planet. But the problem was, if you did that, it would break the game's frame rate so bad that the game was unplayable and almost always crashed. And their publisher made them remove it because they said having an achievement that encourages the player to break the game is a bad thing. So they removed it. What is the division of labor like between the brothers? Wait, between dwarves? Everybody just kind of does everything. It is hilarious, yeah, and also it is a shame, but also I kind of get it. They could also, like, theoretically lock achievements behind World Gen, too. But, I don't know. Should just be a picture of blind. No one should ever keep a fort alive for 1,000 years. Oh, do you mean between Tarn and Zach? Yeah, because Tarn does all the programming and Zach does all the world building and writing and testing. Tarn's the programmer, Zach's the everything else person. When you said brothers, I assumed you meant dwarves. Because there's another viewer who refers to the dwarves as the bros because he watches a lot of Battle Brothers. So when you said brothers, my brain went to Battle Brothers and assumed you meant dwarves. But yeah, I mean, Zach does all of the or maybe not. I mean, I'm assuming they both work on stuff, but from their public facing side of it, it's Zach does all of the designs work and Tarn does the programming. But I think they share the load most likely on a lot of things. I've tried to get Zach on the stream a couple of times with little success. Very little success. Alright, well, we're into mid-autumn, which means it's going to start snowing pretty soon, which means my power is going to cut out. Not to the fort, not to my stream, obviously, but this river is going to freeze, meaning my power supply for these is going to cease pretty soon, meaning the pumps are going to stop, meaning the lava will stop flowing for a little bit. But then when spring rolls around again and the creek thaws, this will start back up. So how far up are we even? I'm just curious about how far we got in the first year. So we didn't actually pump for the entirety of the year either. So we're up to layer 118. And 124 is the base. And the thing gets wider after the bend. This is going to take a long time to fill. This is going to take maybe a decade to fill. Dies of trauma after falling and winded. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like to get excited about the achievements, but I have a feeling it'll probably be a combination of dying in weird ways, and then just simply having things show up. That's probably all it'll be realistically. But I still hope that there's a few dozen fun achievements to try and find, you know? Man, Twitch is so fucking busted today. Holy shit. Stranglers exist? Yeah, that's something I want to find. I want to go out on a quest to find stranglers. Because I've never seen a strangler. There's actually quite a few creatures I've never seen in Dwarf Fortress. Considering I didn't know that gorillas existed in DF until yesterday. And I have thousands of hours in this game. Honestly, my biggest hope, Tamika, is that Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition makes the usage of DF Hack and Dwarf Therapist redundant for most players. That is my biggest hope for the Steam version. Like, I think that those packs can continue to exist for the people who really want them. You crazies. But that is my biggest hope, is that those community packs become irrelevant. Because it increases accessibility, it decreases learning curve, and it makes the game significantly more approachable to normal people. Because Lazy Noob Pack is now called Starter Pack, but is really not lazy nor noob. It's actually advanced tools for advanced players pack. Period. Like, that's what it should be called, because it's excellent if you're trying to min-max the game entirely and do mega builds and stuff. But if you're just playing DF, you don't need any of that shit. You really, really, really don't. You really don't need any of that shit if you're just playing DF. Literally the only feature of the starter pack that makes the game easier for new players is just being able to select a tile set. That's the only thing that is actually easier about it. And even then, you're still sacrificing a lot of your stability for it. My mayor would like me to make 2 large gems. You got tired of all the random crashes? So, Kodiak, if you look at the Longdeath playlist, you can see how long I've spent in this fort. If my memory serves me correctly, this fortress has crashed 3 times since I started it. And every single time was because of something weird that I did. That was pretty obvious that it would break something. It's not hard to assign labors and therapists. Like, it's really not. Or without therapists. It's really not. Like, it can be a bit cumbersome when you get a big migrant wave, but you just do it once and you don't really need to do it again. Besides, it's a perfectly good opportunity to get to know your dwarves a little bit. Did I cross the streams? What stream? I don't understand the question. I mean, I get the Ghostbusters reference, at which point I can do this. Hold on a second. There you go. You're much less reliant on it than before. Yeah. I mean, I tried all that stuff. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. I don't often have a reason to use that emote, so it's just it's such a good set. All right, well, you know what? I can close this again. I just kind of want to make sure that, like, no annoying critters sneak in. God damn it. If that royal treasurer wasn't the royal treasurer, I would kill him. Yeah, and you're getting that, Tamika. In the Steam version. You are getting that. Oh, I was just, I missed the, I mean, no, but, what was the last crash that I had? The last crash that I had two, human caravans spawn in almost exactly the same spot, and then two of the wagons got stuck on top of each other. Yeah, you're getting all of that in the Steam version, Tamika. If you like pay even any remote attention to the way that UX looks, everything has a search function on it. Like, I could show you even. Search function, right there. That's the old mock-ups. There's actually not that many screenshots here with the search function. I'd have to go digging. But, you can, like, there's a lot of filters in here and a search function at the top of the Dwarf menu. Obligatory pet pictures. Search function. And the trade screen. Search function. Search function. Search function. Search function. One of the rare pictures of adventure mode. But yeah, no, like everything's got search functions. Well, you're getting that too. Like, look, you can see multi-layers. Although text will be text is one of the biggest causes of crashes in the game currently. That thing is so fucking buggy. It's not even funny. It's so goddamn buggy. Someone is using a leaf blower right outside of my apartment. I'm gonna go close the door. Back in a sec.
are you doing on computer? Go outside, so beautiful!
Cheese for everyone!
I'm actually really confused because it was supposed to be sunny today, but it was supposed to be rainy today, but it's like super sunny outside.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Yep. I don't know who said that, but seems wise. It certainly seems wise. But now we just wait for that thing to fill. So we got to figure out what we're going to do while it fills. It's going to take a while. And this down here is going to freeze. Now that's a shower thought right there. That there's a shower thought. I think you said 3, right? Yep. I saw that right. All right, chat. We're into late autumn. I'm going to let you guys follow Whitcode. I'm going to go grab me some lunch. I will be on break for 5 minutes or so. We've been streaming for 5 hours and my tummy's grumbling. So I'm going to go get me some food. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to, and now's a good time. I mean, you guys are already doing it. Posting sound commands in the chat to keep the chat entertained, and if I could get a round of beers, that would be rad. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Yeah, you're still around, Whitcode. You bet you are. Actually, how old are you? Kind of curious. You are 59 years old. You're actually not that old. You got a long time to go. All right. BRB.
Nuclear vessels.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Primeval's up, you fuck.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Ah, brilliant. Nobody died, yeah? Okay. Just this fucking outpost liaison. I swear to God. I swear to God. Ugh. It's time to stand up for a bit. Oh, Evie. Alright, hope you guys didn't miss me too much. And I'm glad that my virtual soundboard is worth every penny of slot. Because that's kind of what it is. It is indeed kind of just a virtual soundboard.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah.
That's quite literally just the hobo button, because he's the only audible one in the crowd. Winter is upon us. Would you look at that? It's winter time. You're going to you're going to sleep. We'll see you later. You enjoy your better internet. Cutest. How high up, Squog? We can come get you if you want. The nuclear sky? Ooh, that's dangerous. All right. So now we find out. Now we find out how quickly this is gonna finish draining. Because once this thing freezes, I lose power. Oh, please tell me you're leaving. Please tell me you're leaving. Please tell me you're leaving, you psychotic twit. I wasn't gonna try to, Squawk. I wasn't going to try to. Speaking of, how do you like Cookie Clicker? Now that you've spent a couple of days in the realm of clickers and idle games. You may be a cheater. I mean, I don't think that you've loaded up a completed save file, which apparently works. I saw a guy with 0.7 hours on the Steam version of Cookie Clicker, and he had every achievement. So apparently, apparently you can literally cheat. So by a bad cheater, you mean you're not cheating all the way? You're only cheating most of the way? Also, apparently, Jupiter Hell got a 0 punctuation coverage. I didn't actually realize that. Huh. Also, apparently, in 0 punctuation, they criticized Jupiter Hell for not having controller support, which it does. All right. I mean, that's kind of what happens in Cookie Clicker if you cheat, Drone. The game gives you debuffs if you cheat. But, you know, don't tell anybody. Also, hi, Drone. How are you? Yeah, you have to look into the min-maxing stuff for Cookie Clicker. There are ways to game it. Cookie Clicker has anti-cheat. What a world, right? Like I told you, I mean, it's you actually have to work to get achievements in Cookie Clicker. It's not like it's not a complete non-game. What, Cookie Clicker weirds you out? I mean, it came out in 2013, so it wasn't that long ago. Anyway. Also, the only reason my cookies per second is so low is because I ascended. Dwarfs are going pretty good. Just, you know, filling up a massive tower made of glass with lava. Just standard dwarfy things, you know? Just, you know, a massive tower made of glass. It's getting filled up with lava. Yeah, I didn't get that high. But like I said, I don't really care about being super proficient time-wise. Yeah, okay, so now it's just a matter of how long does this thing power? Still going. What's it called? Prestiged pretty early so that I could, what's the word? I prestiged pretty early so that I can close the game and still get progress. About an hour and a half, so like 90 minutes. Yep, that sounds about right. Yeah, I know you accelerate pretty crazy once you start prestiging in Cookie Clicker. Also, if you guys don't know, go buy Stout's game. Because Stout used to be a mod here, which is why it still says that. But I don't know. I don't think I'll ever change that command because that seems silly. Well, I mean, it's still powering itself. That's pretty cool. You already own that game, apparently? That actually happens to quite a few people, I find. But Jerome Stout in chat made that game. That's his game. Although he's working on another game now. At least last I checked. Are you still working on the same game, Jerome, these days? Because you went and joined an indie team. Last I checked. Uh-oh. Maybe Xandy's stressed. Alrighty. Alrighty. You're currently crushing nerds in StarCraft. Well, crush some nerds and then answer questions, damn it. How dare you lurk? Consider them nerds crushed. I'm just imagining somebody like grinding the candy nerds. Whoa!
I am summoned by the sweet gurgly sounds of pumped magma.
Yeah, I mean, it's pumping. And it hasn't slowed the frame rate down at all. It's pumping. I learned today that you can power a pump from another pump, which is kind of cool. Thank you very much for the 13th month. Welcome back, Clino. But, yeah, we, are pumping lavas. I'd say pumping iron, but that's not actually accurate. Although it might stop. That's the second time today you've done that, Ghost. Also, I thought you went to bed. Go to bed. This is the crowning achievement of this fortress, I would say, so far. It's gonna take a while to fill that, though. considering we're up to layer minus 114, and it's the bottom part of it is sitting on 128, so it's like just over a dozen layers that we've covered. No, that's because of freezing ice in the waterfall shaft, which is actually a big problem, to the point where I had to stop the dwarves from training it and seal off the mist generator because it was actually dangerous and it was killing dwarves when the ice would fall. The ice would fall and it would kill dwarves in the process. So I actually had to remove it, which is funny. So yeah, that'll happen a couple of times. That's quite the pickle. I don't know how emotes like that are allowed. I'll be completely honest with you, Cursed. Like, how the hell is that allowed? I'm genuinely impressed. It's like, if I can't have an emote that's an @ symbol, how the heck can someone have a literal dick? Yeah, it's a growing pickle with somebody drooling in the background. That's more than just a pickle. That's just a green penis, my dude. That's literally just a green penis. Also, Clino, not to give you streamer bullshit, but did you see this? You're probably going to be seeing me on Reddit more often. Because I just lost all of my natural traffic through Twitch, more or less. All of my discoverability went bye-bye. How that helps Papa Bezos? Well, Papa Bezos isn't an Amazon CEO anymore. This is just my theory, so this isn't a fact. My theory is pretty simple, and that is are advertisements that are pointed at people that are not actively at their computer worth anything? It's the same reason why YouTube pauses videos if you let them run in a playlist for hours, and it'll ask if you're still watching. Advertisements that are pointed at nobody or somebody that is inactive are worthless. So I have a feeling it's them trying to increase their ad value. That's my theory. And the reason there wasn't an announcement is because they knew it would upset people, and they're specifically hiding it behind the hate raids drama. Of course, like, that's borderline conspiracy theory level at that point, but, like, that is the only logical explanation I can think of. A chip can? What's a chip can? Oh, you mean like a can of Pringles? Hell yeah. That's a win. That's like when I helped a old granny cross the road once a couple of years ago in this part of town, and she gave me a Werther's Original. I begrudgingly ate it. But yeah, that's my conspiracy theory as to why Twitch is doing that, and why they didn't tell anybody. Papa Bezos needs to pay his lawsuit staff. This is true. This is very true. He does need to pay his lawsuit staff. I love how it's like you graduate from just being a lazy billionaire to just suing everybody. It's the natural order of things. First you become billionaire, then you quit your job that made you a billionaire, and then you just sue everybody for being better at being billionaires than you. All of this checks out. Literally all of it. This Dwarf of yours just added an image of a tetrahedra to artifact ring. I wonder what the other minds of a tetrahedra might those might have been. Yeah, those are, I think, like if you get a shape of a shape within a shape, I'm pretty sure those are bugs, aren't those? Is that Surviving Mars was free on Steam the day accusations about sexism dropped at Paradox. Probably unconnected, but man, what timing. Huh. Probably unconnected. I mean, I think the reason it was free wasn't because of accusations of sexism at Paradox. I think the reason that Surviving Mars was free is because of the review score on this DLC. That's my theory. But it might be connected. I don't know. I didn't even hear about that. I know. To be completely honest with you, I completely missed that one. Although I've been too enamored with the Satanic Temple suing the state of Texas so that they can continue doing abortion rituals. I'm way too enamored by that to notice anything else that's going on in the news right now. So you'll go to school for billionaireology? All right. I mean, good luck with that. Let me know how it goes. Also, isn't that just like business school? Yeah, I'm not sure how that works, B-Lug. Although knowing Valve, I'm sure it's not a quick and easy process. The day Surviving Mars went free, apparently. Curse metal. All I'm gonna say is this. Just that's a good link. Being connected would require pre. Yeah, I have a feeling that the accusations and Surviving Mars being free aren't connected. I think it's just because Surviving Mars is a broken, buggy mess that they made it free. That's my theory, but who knows? Also, by the way, Tripwire Games' old CEO is a moron, and they've already removed him from power, so hopefully Tripwire redeems themselves, because I would like to play Killing Floor again. Good enough for conspiracy theory. Fair enough. It is a bug? Okay, that's what I thought. I was under the impression that it was a bug. Like, decahedral decahedrons is also a bug. I have 120 hours in that game. And Surviving Mars was fine. That's my take on it. It is fine. That new expansion pack is, however, busted. Like, super fucking, like, it barely works. And is super crashy and has a lot of known bugs that are game-breaking bugs. So that expansion pack was shoved out way too quickly. I actually quite enjoyed Surviving Mars, but like I said, it was just fine. It wasn't like something that I will continue to think about for years, but the time that I put into it was fine. Just taking a bit longer of a timeout. I knew that you worked on Blightbound for a bit, didn't you? Because you were actually at a studio for a minute there. If I'm not... I'm trying to remember which game you were working on. Even if it was brief. I don't know if you're still working on it, but... I know that you also have your other private game that's under Stout Games, which is on hiatus. Which I've assumed has been on hiatus since, like, 2018, realistically. Because, like, when was the last time you did anything related to that publicly? It was, like... like 2014 or something. Which does indeed make Blightbound. Okay, so my memory does serve me correctly. Cool. I own Blightbound and I haven't launched it yet. But, you know, I'll try it eventually. Just like everything. I'm still waiting for you to make a run-based city builder, though. That's something that I'm waiting for. That weird idea day where we just, like, sat around and pitched games for an hour was way too much fun. If you see enemies walk smoothly past one another, that's your work? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So if they teleport past one another, I know that I need to report a bug to you then? And you'll be like, oh god, not you too. Days left a huge mark on your future ideas. I'm glad I could have impact on somebody's future ideas. Unusual and Anandar. Such an old book. Anandar's book about himself. Prevents a soft lock. Well, that's good. That's good. Not having soft locks in your video game is generally good. You got Surviving Mars on Epic for free and got it on Steam for free, and now I got it on Steam for free, and you don't... Have you ever actually played it, though, Diamond? League of Legends does that. League of Legends also puts hacking bounties on League of Legends, or Riot Games puts hacking bounties on League of Legends. So if you're able to hack the game, they'll give you 50 grand to expose it, which I think is kind of funny. Crushingly boring to watch. Yep. Surviving Mars? Yeah, no, I also found... Literally, okay, so Surviving Mars was like kind of my last foray into trying to get games early as a streamer. I mean, obviously I will try and get Dwarf Fortress early, but that was like the last game that I was, as a content creator, trying to get on the press list for and get access to it, because that game had a lot of hype before it came out, and it helped me a lot. Like, that was one of my best months ever at the time, but man, I'm never, ever, ever doing that again. To the point now where, like, I will go out of my way to play games 2 or 3 days after launch, because, like, I don't want to be implicated in people's purchasing decisions that much anymore. Tom, thanks for the host. Cheers. But yeah, no, it's like, I don't know. I don't want to be implicated in people's purchasing decisions, because that game came out and had mixed reviews, and a lot of people who had been watching me during that 2-week period where I was playing it and quite enjoying the game, admittedly, alongside of its faults, and everybody was just overwhelmingly mad. And it's like, yeah, adults can make adult purchasing decisions for themselves, but I've decided I'm not here to sell you video games. I'm just here to entertain you. I will play Age of Empires 4, and I will probably play it on Evil Trick's stream. But I will get it through this thing called Xbox Game Pass. I'm not going to purchase it unless they send me key. If they send me key, then I will definitely stream it, but I kind of doubt they will because big companies don't like me that much. Dwarf time! Hey, K. Bailey. How thing? Cat actually played Jupiter Hell, which I was kind of surprised by. Played it, never got far. Like 3 dooms downwards and then getting really hot. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of surviving Mars. I just feel like that game has a lot of execution issues. Oh, wow, 2 days ago. Oh, and it's against the CEO, too. Interesting. Let's make Paradox Interactive. Hold on, I'm just going to... link this somewhere. Swedish business tech website, breakit.se, scored a scoop on the Paradox employee survey last month where that's about 2 union. I like how like their survey was conducted by 2 unions, where it's like in the States, yeah, what's a union? Oh boy. Yeah, it's a fun article. Actual human dinner plans. I still need to figure out what to do with my stream if I decide to switch games today. Like, do I delete the thread? Do I link a VOD? I don't know. I'll figure it out. We'll see when we see you, Clino. Thanks for hanging out. I'll let this thing fill as much as I can. The pulley questioned, not to be confused with the pushy. Ballista arrow and 2 picks. Actual human dinner plans. I mean, I don't think that's what Clino means. Ooh, well, you have fun, Clino. Best of luck from a pseudo stranger on the internets. And cheers to you. I'm just shocked that this thing isn't affecting my frame rate. I was very much expecting this pump stack to just wreck the frame rate. I wonder if it's because it's lava and not water. I know that spraying lava hurts frames. Fountains hurt frames. It's actually kind of crazy to me that it's not hurting my frame rate. Yeah, well, no, sudden release water pressure will miss can if it's caused by the player. Can I put press using... Are you asking if I can make pressure using pumps? Lava doesn't obtain pressure. I'm not entirely sure how to make lava fountains. I know I've seen other people do it. I'm not sure how to do those. I know that there's ways to do it. I personally don't know how. Just closing tabs that I don't need to have open because I'm realizing I have like a dozen more up than I need. All right. Now I can actually pay attention. I think it is that you use a pump with lava instead of a pump or gravity. What do you mean a pump or gravity? I seem to remember like making pump stacks and it would just immediately wreck the frame rate. Which actually had me very worried for this construction project because I was expecting to have to suddenly start building or suddenly start pausing it constantly to actually like continue time. But like this will just fill up over time naturally. I don't really need to do too much, which is actually quite nice. These are going to be magma forges. Hey, Olive, what's up? We've got the big old glass tower filling with lava. Very slowly, but it's filling. Yeah, lava is like molasses consistency, right? Whereas water is water, and molasses doesn't really explode out of the bottom of the thing. If you fill up a container this big full of water, and you pinch a hole in the bottom, it'll shoot out. If you fill up a container this big full of molasses, and you pinch a hole in the bottom, it'll dribble out. You know, it's like the density of the liquids and blah 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 blah. I'm gonna pretend I know what I'm talking about. I'm curious how you program chunky flow. I have no idea as somebody who, you know, doesn't program. Also, I'm realizing that I kind of screwed this up. And that's okay, I can fix it because we got a lot of time before this thing actually fills up. So I'm actually going to dig down into here and we're going to extend this a little bit. Because I want this to be my magma furnace. But in order to do that, I need to actually have space for it. That's okay, I can fix this. Fluid dynamics is a bitch of a field. I believe it. I mean, I know quite literally nothing about how that shit works. But I believe it. Yeah, no, I'm not going to pretend to understand how DF liquids work. Not even going to pretend to. Because I certainly don't. It's going to take a long time before this thing is filled. And I can also knock this down. I keep on like checking this to like make sure there's no lava coming in. Of course there's no lava coming in. It's not going to come in for like a year. At least. At least, maybe more. When my dwarfs named an item, nothing major. Might also need to make this a little bit more direct. Actually, no, we're good. Yeah, that'll be fine. You felt weirdly honored by it? Wait, what? The U-bend issue. I don't know what issue you're speaking of. Let's make an upstair right here. We're going to make it out of wood so that this burns. Then a downstair from up here. And then I will deconstruct the upper one, and we'll just let the lower one burn whenever the lava actually gets here. So you download the game from Bay 12 Games, and then you start the game and create a world. After finishing the world generator, you can play DF mode and embark. After that, Tarn God come with some programming stuffs, and that's how the water system works in DF. Thank you for your very detailed description. I don't know what I would do without such an enlightening description. I would surely be lost. Speaking of being lost, I'm pretty sure all of my dwarves just got locked down there. I mean, we all know that Tarn is the great wizard, right? Tarndolf the Grey. The great wizard of the code. Did you actually suspend that? Come on. You can construct it from one layer above. I know for a fact I've done this before. There you go. Now they have a way up. And a way down, so I can make this bigger and more elaborate while that fills. Why can't wizard be a toad? Polymorph is a spell, I think. Last I checked. I've played Noida once. I know how that goes. You turn into a toad and then you immediately catch fire and die. Did someone warn Tarn? What about catching fire? I'm not sure. Chat, has anybody warned Tarn that he may catch fire? Yo, the pumps finally stopped. So by late winter, the pumps stop. In 4 minutes, it's 12 o'clock, relevant for later. Okay, noted. Oh, is Gremlin going to post Gremlin for mayor at 12 o'clock? That's just my guess based on your statement of relevant for later. Spoilers, blind. Spoilers. Okay. I will retract what I just said. Chat, you heard nothing. Yeah? Also, Bruce Willis is dead at the end of Sixth Sense. Snape kills Dumbledore, and Captain Kirk is the Xenomorph. I think I got all of those right. While we're spoiling things. Severus Snape. Dumbledore. God, it's been a minute since I thought about that. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's been a minute. Well, once we actually get a gremlin in the fortress, that's the actual issue, is we don't actually have a gremlin. I've seen one gremlin in my entire time playing this fortress. I've seen one. So it's The likelihood of us actually getting a gremlin for mayor is pretty low. It's more of just kind of a running joke at this point. Also, no, I don't need anywhere close to this many forges. Why am I building this many forges? Because I can. Which I think is probably the most accurate reason. Tick-tock, tick-tock, diamond. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Yeah, no, the gremlin for mayor thing is more just like a chat meme, I suppose, than anything. Let's just get all of those boulders out of there. Knock the floor down. Oh, hey. Lava started dribbling again. I don't think the snow melted. Yeah, it certainly did again. Huh. Snow must have melted. Also, spring has arrived, meaning tribute's about to arrive. Heads up, Stone. I don't know if you've gone to bed yet, but why do I want to kill goblins with dragon flame from 20 embed bred dragons? And then there's me, where I'm just like, can the game run at a stable frame rate, right? Like everything you did for Archcrystal was just like in the name of setting the world on fire as much as possible. Everything I've done in Longdeath is like the polar opposite of that, but I do kind of want to try and defeat hell at some point. So also, for reference, Seth, you and me need to make a video at some point if you're interested. I think I've talked to you about this in the past, but we need to do a video on Archcrystal. And I need to install a bunch of old versions of the game and get a bunch of footage. Because I think it would be fun, kind of documenting keeping a fort alive for that long. Also, a cow died of old age. No, wait, no, never mind. It just died. We just slaughtered it. That doesn't count. Did I lose a dwarf? Chat? Today is a very important day in Longdeath. He was getting up there. Our great king has passed away. I don't stream on Mondays and Fridays. Those are my best recording days. But we can find a day, Seth. The king died in his bed before having a kid. Yep. So I don't know who the heir is. Somebody named Unib. They haven't even found him yet. He's got a crypt. He's got a crypt. Natural death, yes. Looks like Knowles is just coming in to check on him. And the king has been found dead. Natural death. Died of old age. I noted relatively recently that he was in over 150, so This checks out. Man, he owned over 1,000 items. It is going to take us a while to clean all of that out. It's the most common cause of death in this fortress. Chat, for reference, that dwarf was our king from year 186 to year 306. Verbalix, welcome back for a second month. This hasn't only been a month. Good lord.
There.
It's good to have you around. Cheers. The king is dead. You're on your own. Although you want to know what's lovely. The king is dead! I don't need to make fucking ballista arrows 400 times a stream anymore. Hallelujah! Yay! Ding dong, the king is dead. The stupid king is fucking dead. Do you have any idea how many ballista arrows in this fort there is? Because I don't. There's a lot of them. Pedestal, a bolt in his chambers. Oh, you bet. And fill it with ballista arrows. I think I'm probably just gonna sell the ballista arrows, to be completely honest with you. Keep like 30. Yeah, we need to have a party for the king's passing, I think. I'm assuming you got it, Stone. All right. Well, we need to wait until someone gets rid of his tomb. Let's say statue. I'm assuming I have enough rose gold, and I'm going to make 5 details, historical figure. We're going to make 5 statues for the king. Man, when the new year rolled around and I just saw that pop up that the king had ended a mandate, I was just like, oh no. You know what's funny is the person who got the name for this dwarf didn't really come by the stream much after they got named. They came by once, and I was like, oh, by the way, you're the king. And they were like, I'm the what now? So somewhere there is somebody named Kade who this dwarf is named after. They just watched the stream once or twice. Ended up the king because reasons. And it is what it is. I'm sure we'll get the king again in the future. I'm sure we will. Have I had to do any hammerings? Not in a long time. I mean, I have a hammer dwarf. We have a very, very, very nice prison system. Generally, it doesn't end with the dwarves dying. But I have a question, Radio Free Olive. Why is everybody so obsessed with the violence that you can do in Dwarf Fortress? You never ask, like, have you had triplets? Because, yes, actually, we've also had triplets in this fort. We've also had twins, twice. That's way cooler than having to do any hammerings. Have you had any marriages recently? Have you violently murdered anybody recently? Not recently, no. The king's old appointments? What, to his stuff? That's a good question. I do not know. Man, poor wave depletion. Wave depletion got beaten up pretty bad by the stupid outpost liaison. Can crawl, though. It's just a lower spine injury. Caravan has a book called Errors in Release Wasp. I mean, releasing a wasp seems like an error to me. But the simple act of releasing a wasp certainly seems like an error. I just tabbed over to Discord and realized I had like a dozen notifications from things, so I just quickly had to clear through that. All right. Must be a bestseller. Along with Do We Understand the Baron? One of my favorite my favorite book in this fortress is my favorite book is almost always ones that start with A Wizard's Guide to, because sometimes dwarves will write a book as A Wizard's Guide to insert thing here. And it's just very, 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 very funny to me. Bot wants Gremlin King? Trying to fix a channel on a private Discord. Also, the Canadians have arrived. I mean, the elves, because it just says A. And I have to get caught up on a thing. Just let me find it and scroll up and scroll up and scroll up and scroll up And you guys kind of went a little nuts here. Oh, there we go. Informatics confirm existence of excess in informatics. Full stops never should stop. Can't keep up eating this really good and edible piece of tasty cake. Sentences make sentences sensible. Kings sometimes do things, lots of things. Sometimes they die. Sometimes they die. There you go. That's spoilers for Longdeath. Wow. What a person. Who would do such a thing? That is certainly spoilers for Longdeath. Also, did the king get put into his tomb yet? Anyway, this is the king's tomb. And his corpse is in the tomb. And there go the 5 statues. And I was in the wrong menu. I'm going to go to custom stockpile and remove that. Neil, thanks for the host. And let's just go down to ballista arrows, not ballista arrowheads. Siege ammo, that's what I'm looking for. And then let's go to this and remove this stockpile. And up to this and remove this stockpile. And this stockpile. And now we can sell the rest. So we'll put whatever down there we can fit, and they will get, I mean, I could make engravings of bolts. Or engravings of siege ammo. And now the elves don't want to buy that, because that's got wood in it. But when the dwarves arrive, they're getting a big shipment of siege ammo. Are you okay there, Diamond? Oh, hey. Hi, Ryan. Thanks for the raid. Hope your stream was good. Were you playing dwarves today, or are you doing something else? Cheers, though. Thank you much. Three stockpiles. Oh, you were counting the stockpiles. Yeah. Well, technically 4 and 5, because these are just kind of the whatever junk piles. So, yeah. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raider? Big thanks. Also, Dominoc, you are a stonecrafter who I apparently forgot to give jobs to. Didn't actually realize that, but... Anyway, your dwarf grew up, by the way. Woot woot indeed. Oh no, your easy life as a child dwarf. You're a dwarf. Life's pretty easy in this fort. As far as, like, Dwarf Fortress dwarf lives go, this fort, pretty easy life, I'd say. Pretty easy in the way of life. After a 120-year reign. Yeah, I mean, that's a... Also, you know, the king got to see his great project to its finish, to its completion. I think that's kind of impressive, you know? We started this massive glass tube, and you got to see it begin to be filled. You got to live to see it filled, which I think is kind of beautiful, frankly. You know, our massive tube of lava that exists for some reason, our king got to see it make it to the point where it was filling up with lava. I think and any king should be proud of that. I mean, come on. Isn't that just beautiful? I think that's just absolutely beautiful. You're welcome to have a dwarf, but there are none available. I do have one who's probably going to die of old age pretty soon. It's a merchant named Nish. But every single one of the dwarves are named. The problem with getting dwarves in this fort is it's kind of first come, first serve. I don't hold them for people, and they get named as soon as they're born. I try and prioritize people who've been around the stream before or are frequent viewers of the channel, but outside of that, it's like there's just, you know, more people. There's twice the number of people watching the stream right now than there are dwarves in the fort. So it is quite difficult to get a dwarf. I mean, I'll keep that in mind, but like we got a baby last stream. So one new dwarf got named last stream, which was yesterday. So it's like you kind of have to be here when there's a baby that gets named, and then you got to ask. I've had some people ask if I could have a request queue, and frankly, we would probably have a request queue longer than the number of total dwarves we will have by the end of the fortress by this point, if I had one. So I don't even bother, because how's that fun? So I prioritize people who are here frequently. Also, there will be a backup of this save file uploaded when I'm done streaming today. Because every 100 years, at the end of that stream, I make the save file public. It'll just be hosted on my Google Drive. If anybody wants to put it on Dwarf Fortress database, they can too. But it'll be a Google Drive link. It'll be underneath the VOD on the YouTube channel as well as stuck on Reddit. So if you want to mess around with a 300-year-old fort, you're more than welcome to. Go destroy it. Do what you want with it. I don't care. Just please don't send me screenshots of spoilery things, because I don't want to know what other cavern layers and such look like. Because suppose there should be one more cavern layer that I haven't found yet. I've only found 2. Unless 2 of them are just completely connected, which is a possibility. But I've only actually found 2 of technically 3 cavern layers, so that's fun. Which means we're missing one. Somewhere we are missing one. Let's see how Abe is doing, because this dwarf was a little stressed. Still a little stressed. Why are you still a little stressed? You should stop being stressed. Be less stressed, you silly dwarf. No, the king goes into his tomb. Naturally. Although, I could probably make an addition to the lava lamp pretty quickly before it's done filling that would surround his tomb in lava. I don't see why that would be particularly difficult to do. But no, I'm not going to put the king's body in lava. Because the dwarves do like to go visit their dead from time to time. It's the kobolds. They've taken out. Dude, if I actually like dug down to a third cavern layer and I found it just full of kobolds, I would be so happy. Like that would make my frickin' day. I would be ecstatic if I found that. I will surround the king's tomb in a little underground moat. Not entirely because I still want the dwarves to be able to go in and visit, but I will do that. Did you know that you can carve fortifications into built walls? Because I only learned this the other day and it blew my freaking mind. It was like this huge moment of, oh, I just discovered a superpower I didn't know I had. Absolutely keeping the throne warm. Keeping the king's resting place warm, that's for sure. So, you know, just mine through all of this and then seal it off on both ends, and there we go. Gotta keep them baked. Gotta keep them toasty in the afterlife. I live in natural caves, and that's the reason they die in World Gen often. They can't dig. Kobolds are not strong enough to dig. So, yes. They also cannot construct. I think. I know they can't dig, and I assume they can't construct. So, usually, like, they will settle in nice little natural cave, and then dragon moves in, and then they're dead. You know? Like, that's usually how Kobold lives go. If you look at Kobold history, it's almost always like, Kobolds formed a group. They moved into this pit. They named it various strange name. And then immediately they all die because something showed up and was like, hello, boys, I'm home. Lunch is served, and then they all dead. Speaking of, hey, boys, I'm home. How you doing, audio? Look, there's lava in the tube. Check it out. There's lots of lava in the tube. It's filling up with the orangey ready stuff. It's pumping. Oh, it's pumping. It's powered by this. All these water wheels. It's powering both pumps. Quite happy. The whole thing uses 1,852 power. We're generating more than almost twice that. Yeah, it's pretty successful. It's pretty successful, I do say. Just making sure there's no dwarves down here. Yeah, nope. Let's just get that done. As soon as possible. The king died of old age today, so it was actually kind of a sad day. But aside from the king dying and us working to make his memorial prettier, it's been a pretty standard day in the fort. Pretty standard day. Just chilling. Just chillaxing. I don't know. Currently not. I know that because that bedroom was originally the Baron's bedroom, and just random dwarves ended up claiming it over time. And when I remembered to, I would give it to the mayor. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Maybe remove the bed from it and make it into a museum or something. I don't know. Standing desks are great, but my knees only hold out so long. Let's let one of the squads get back to work. The actual interesting thing is going to be cleaning the king's stuff out, because that king owned over 1,000 items. So that's going to take a while to clear out. That's going to definitely take a while to clear out. But yeah, so that bedroom has been up for grabs in the past. I don't see why it can't be in the future. The thing is this is going to be an interesting bit of time, I think. Real curious to see what ends up happening, considering the king didn't have any heirs. The king did have a lover, but obviously the lover didn't get anything from that. Yeah, Taurus II, who really likes roosters and chickens, who had a bunch of pet chickens and has had a bunch of pet chickens. But yeah, no, this was the king's lover. My herbalist, or naturalist rather, not herbalist. The other ist name. Carrying over 3 pages of jewelry? That's standard for my dwarves. Most of them have about 3 pages of jewelry on them. It's actually kind of weird when I see a dwarf that doesn't have much jewelry on them. It's just a dwarf with good fashion sense, frankly. Although I think a large portion of those items are technically the ballista arrows. I think it counts those. Unless they're all just crafts. They might be. Just bracelets and shoes and stuff. There never did the beard dance. Are you okay, Diamond? Do you need help? I don't know what there never did the beard dance means. If anybody in chat can translate, that would be helpful. Language barriers. They're fun. About the ASCII-ness of DF, he mentions how... I like how every time I talk to your dad about the ASCII-ness of DF, implying you've had multiple conversations of the ASCII-ness of DF. Anyway, he mentions that one of the best games ever made was Empire, and that was all ASCII? Empire. This... Empire video game. That's going to be fun to find. I just want to know what this looks like. Ooh, this looks pretty. Empire 1977. I mean, if it's the one I'm thinking of here, that's the screenshot I can find. It's tile-based for sure, but it's not actually, it's not ASCII. But it is tile-based. If this is what he's talking about. My dad bought Tarn Adams' book. That's the one flex that I have about my dad and dwarf stuff. And I'm going to lend him the second one. But yeah, if this is the game that he's talking about, it's definitely tile-based. But it looks like it comes with a built-in tile set. I can only find like a handful of screenshots of this thing. Oh, here's one. This kind of reminds me of like a super basic looking version of like a War in the East. He actually has 2. And technically he didn't write them. Give me a second, I'll link it. It's not cheap though, just a warning. There's this one. And where's the second one? And this one. I have both of them. Yeah, it's procedural generation in game design and procedural storytelling in game design. They were edited by Tarn and Tanya Short. Tanya is Kit Fox and Tarn is Tarn. It was a very basic war sim. You had boats and armies and planes, and they... And that has definitely some sort of re-release. Oh, really? Okay. So the original game was all ASCII instead of like a tile set? Interesting. I mean, that was called Empire Deluxe was what I was looking at, so it's probably some form of re-release then. But I don't know, it looks like a super simple version of this. Looks like a super simple version of this. Meaning your dad would probably really like that. Or would probably really like this if he liked that back in the day. Because this game is ridiculous, by the way. Also, it's like extremely expensive. Also, this is the weirdest price for a video game I've ever seen. $88.69. But, yeah. Oh. Now, see, this looks intriguing to me. I like this. This is intriguing. I like this. He probably would. Yeah. I actually bought that from I bought Guy Gitsby's War in the East, or Gary Gridsby's, or however the fuck you say this guy's name, War in the East for my ex's dad, and he loves it. It's funny because he used to play a shit ton of Axis and Allies, the physical board game, with friends, but then he retired, and he ended up having like a shit ton of free time, and his friends didn't always want to play board games with him because not all of his friends were retired. So I bought him that, and he just like put 1,000 hours into it in 6 months. Although I'm pretty sure most of that time spent wasn't actually playing it. I think he just left it idling all the time, but the price is so arrogant that it almost tempts you. It's one of those things where it's such a niche audience that you have to overcharge for it, right? Like there is a point with specific types of games where you need to charge extra because it is such a niche audience. That's the exact reason why Train Simulator is so exorbitantly expensive, is because it's a very niche audience. You've never been able to convince anyone to play, really, Robotic? I'm so sorry. But, like, here's the thing, Radio. What would you rather have? Would you rather have a game that costs $90? Or would you rather have a game that costs $20 and have $300 in DLC? Maybe not $300. Or have, like, $100 in DLC. Whereas that's a $90 game with $40 in DLC. It's like, meh. Like, and also when you realize that those games came from board games and are priced as such, it also makes a lot more sense because that's basically the price of a high-end board game is like $90. Right, so it's like, to me it makes sense, like, why those games cost that much. And if you're lucky, you'll get a 5% discount during a Steam sale. Oh, I'm so sorry, Robotic Ronald. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm not a board games guy, but well, with this caveat, once you play the electronic version, the tabletop version is ruined. What, for Axis and Allies or War in the East? I don't think there is a physical version of War in the East, but Guy Gitsby is a tabletop games designer, or a tabletop war games designer, I guess, specifically. This is such a satisfying thing to look at, all of these pumps. Oh, you meant in general? Yeah. No, War in the East and War in the West are not tabletop games, but the designers of those games made tabletop games before they made War in the East and War in the West. Because, you know, there's War in the East, which I already showed you, but then there's War in the West. This is the original one, which is also $88.69. And, you know, it's a bit older. But, you know. These are more like military strategist simulator software than actual games, though. War in the East is just the more modern one. I like this review of War in the East because this sounds like a review of Dwarf Fortress. Great concept. Bogs down and eventually stops working. Mouse lag is aggravating as hell. Statistical summary and combat results are fascinating. Love the handling of the aircraft and the stories. Okay, then the bombing runs and supply. The maps are informative without being intrusive. And you have the system for this. If you have the system for this game, then this is a great buy. If you do not have the system for this game, don't waste your money on this one and go with a game that actually works. That's funny. That could almost be a Dwarf Fortress review. It's like eventually stops working. All of the dwarves are just like storing stuff in stockpiles because like if I just go to my king's bedroom and just go to his containers, they're all being emptied out. Which I think they all have been emptied out. Yeah, it looks like they've all been emptied out already. Damn, that was quick. Looks like the dwarves just like stole all the stuff for themselves. Can't really blame them, to be honest with you. Also, I don't know when this happened, but Cyrillak had a baby. And since you were asking so nicely earlier, Olive, welcome to the fort. He is 13 days old. Born on the 24th of Slate in the year 306. He is very muscular and has low cheekbones and his teeth are tangled. His very long sideburns are neatly combed and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed and his very long his very long hair is braided. His slightly sunken round cobalt eyes are close set and his nose is narrow. His ears are somewhat narrow and his head is somewhat narrow. His hair is a crew and his skin is sandy taupe. I'm pretty sure I will indeed regret this. And if I don't regret this, then you will because you'll die really quickly. He personally has a great respect for fairness and values hard work and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Dreams of crafting a great work of art. He is very friendly and always tries to say nice things, but can't speak because he's a baby. He is very bashful because he's a baby and avoids exciting or stressful situations, obviously because he's a baby and he's very delicate. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards things because he's a baby and doesn't know any better and is curious and eager to learn. Yet he's a baby, so he'll probably change his mind about that later in life. And he is grateful when others help him out, obviously, because he can't do anything because he's a baby, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Well, that's all he can do because he's a baby. And he tends to hang on to grievances. Well, duh, he's a baby. And tends to think before acting. He has a greedy streak because he's a baby and needs alcohol to get through the working day because he's a dwarf. And he hates leeches. As you should, damn it. Frankly. You prefer to consume steelhead trout and carambola wine. I've got no idea what carambola wine is, but steelhead trout, those are easy to come by. Welcome to the fort. Little Olive. Little baby Olive. I super duper didn't even notice that dwarf getting born. And also he's a baby, yeah. Yeah, if anything, you're the one who will regret this. Now we just need to wait for this to fill. I'm kind of thinking about just letting the dwarves kind of have a vacation for a bit, because, you know, they've been working on this giant tube for a while, and we need to plan what our next big project's going to be. That's the actually exciting thing that we get to do next, is plan what the next big project's going to be. Oh, I should probably open these up again. Man, this thing's actually draining. Damn. All right. Well, we gotta top off the reservoir. The king party? I mean, the dwarves are just kind of on break. I could theoretically lock them into the celebration zone. In my opinion, they're just kind of, you know, doing that. We're at 39 total, 34 actual citizens. You kind of have to keep the population low for long-term forts. It just makes managing things much easier in the long term. Otherwise, we'd be more of a permanent underground fort. And this fort is pretty surface focused, so... And there we go. Reservoir starts topping itself off. Can you ask me a more generic question? I naturally am looking forward to the Steam release. I'm looking forward to it as a content creator who makes a lot of content related to this video game and other similarly niche games, because it'll probably help me out quite a bit when that happens. But I'm more interested in just seeing Tarn actually work on things that he's interested in again, instead of being bored shitless out of his mind having to work on boring UI elements all day. So really excited for Tarn to be able to go do something else instead of, you know, working on graphics nonstop. Also, like, yeah, that's basically it. I'm just looking forward to Tarn being able to actually do stuff that he likes, instead of having to, you know, work on the boring as hell Steam release. As far as the graphics update, I actually don't care. I'll probably use the graphics update for a couple of months afterwards, and then probably eventually have some sort of pseudo ASCII adjacent tile set, maybe a more heavily customized version of this one or something else, and I'll probably swap to that instead of the bright, colorful graphics, because from what I've seen, the graphics look a little difficult to track, but I'll still use the Steam version most likely. Or even if I play in Classic in the Steam version, I'll still, you know, use the Steam version to track hours. Yeah, I mean, to me, Dwarf Fortress just looks like Dwarf Fortress. Like, it doesn't matter what tile set you're using. Like, if I were to just play DF on my own time, I would play vanilla. The reason I use this one is because so many people are used to seeing Krug Smash's tile set. It's like the widest range of people that you can get that are interested in watching DF. So I use this one and a customized version of this one because a lot of people see Krug Smash's videos and then come over to Twitch and look for more. So I've just kind of stuck with it and I'm used to it. But if I were to just play DF on my own time, I would play vanilla. But I frankly don't care. Do what you want. Use a tile set that you think looks pretty. But don't bitch if it makes your game crash. Because right now, a lot of the more detailed tile sets very much do. And they also slow your game down. Like, holy shit, graphical tile sets slow your game down right now. But yes, I am looking forward to the Steam release. But more so just because I would like to see Tarn go work on things that are not the Steam version. But I'm also looking forward to the Steam release, obviously, because it'll probably bring a lot of traffic to my stream. But that's the selfish streamer thing to look at, you know? It's like, obviously, I would like the Steam release to come out and be super successful, because it probably means that, by relation, my stream will probably also do well for a bit there. And I'm looking forward to that. Because being a streamer, from the outside, from what I can tell, looks really easy. It's not an easy job. Not even remotely close. Especially when it comes to being, you know, someone who covers very specific niche games. Finding new people is difficult for games like this. Within reason. But it's like anything. Within reason. Now I'm just wondering how many years it's going to take to fill that tube up. Captain Duck plays way less DF than I do, though. Like, yeah, Captain Duck does play DF, but not that frequently. Do you mostly watch the stuff on YouTube? Because, like, you've been around before, but it's been a while since you've been here. I just wish that, basically TLDR, I'm just trying to make people aware of this. Because of this change that Twitch made, and the link that I just put in the chat, because of that change, I am losing more than half of my monthly natural viewership because of a change to hosting that Twitch made. So it's like any kind of lurk support these days is very helpful in regards to views. Even if it's just a open up the stream, tab out, and just let it sit, because I am very uncertain as to what the next 6 months is going to look like for this channel. I'm going to need to go back to all of the scummy ways to get views again, which is like posting streams in places and being obnoxious. Because it's like, ooh, Prismatic Flux is writing. What are you writing? About Encyclopedia, apparently. Apparently Prismatic Flux is writing a book. Let's wait until you're done writing. Or until you get up and move. And we'll see what you wrote on that scroll that you've got on the table. Because, yeah, Twitch basically just made a change that makes channels that host you kind of irrelevant. And it just kind of sucks. For lack of a better word, it just kind of sucks. So unless there's a major change made to the way the current hosting system works, shit's going to be slow for me for a while. But it just is what it is. It is what it is. Into late spring, 306. 300 plus years. Well, I started this fort August 26, 2020. So I've actually been playing this particular fort for longer than a year now. So yeah, 300 years is no joke. Is that an actual question, Orange? Or are you like, is that a rhetorical question is what I'm asking. What did that dwarf write about? New Collection is the name of this book. New Collection, a mountain goat parchment choir. Written on the item is a manual entitled New Collection by Prismatic Flux. It concerns the compilation of many summaries into a single text. The writing is reasonably serious. It's not awful, but not very good either. It's a collection of summaries? All right. I mean, your attention span is so short you can't even correct spelling errors. You could say that again. Well, I mean, you got to remember that I'm streaming, right? Like, I have Twitch chat to talk to. So, I have an unfair advantage. Also, I don't particularly enjoy the combat in DF, so just going without fighting things is very easy for me. Although I'm going to do a Halloween fort pretty soon, and we're going to be all spooky, you know. Because I did one last year, and it ended with me dropping the entirety of the fortress into a bucket of lava. And that was great. We're going to do that again. We'll make another hell fort. Go down below the third cavern layer and make a spooky fort down there. It'll be fun. Fill her up with zombies and shit. Can you see a battle? No, because we're not at war with anybody. You want to see combat? Well, you could start by spelling combat, right? Your best bet would be go to YouTube and typing Dwarf Fortress Battle. And I'm sure you'll see a battle. This fortress isn't at war with anybody, so it's hard to have a battle for you without, you know, actually having a battle to fight. Although Dwarf Fortress is significantly more violent than Mortal Kombat. I'm going to just tell you this right now, Orange. No. That's all I have to say. Sawed off, cunt. Moment of genius. Watcher responds. Combat, please. I mean, I've had many forts with plenty of combat, but this fort isn't about combat. This fort's about longevity. This is the biggest library in the known world. Who cares? I do what I want. The poet of phrases is a form of music used for entertainment, originating in the Confederacy of Sport, a human civilization. And the form guides the musicians during improvised performances. A singer recites nonsensical words and sounds while the music is played on an innie and three mabin and a gelom. The musical voices cover the melody and harmony and rhythm. And the entire performance accelerates as it proceeds. And it is to be soft. The melody of phrases of a varied length throughout the form. It is performed using the thad scale and othag rhythm throughout. When possible, performers use mordants and make trills, okay, and syncopate and alternate tension and repose. Dwarves don't write erotica. So I don't know if that's a serious question or if that's a sarcastic question. Although theoretically they could write about like reproductive habits or something if you have a dwarf that's very into reproductive behaviors. but they don't really write erotica. Will you stop asking dumb questions, and will you ever spell combat correctly? Like, I'm literally not going to take you seriously until you spell combat with a C. I'm sorry. I can't tolerate you spelling combat with a K. This isn't fucking Mortal Kombat. That's it. Like, literally. Because at the rate that you're typing, I have a feeling you probably don't have the attention span, patience, or interest in waiting until mid to late October for me to run that fort. So if you gave a shit for your very short, like, incapable, blunt attention span, you just go to YouTube and type the fucking thing in. It's Dwarf Fortress. This game's been around since 2006. You'll find lots of violence over there, including exploding cats, if you dig deep enough. So, fuck off. That's all I really have to say to you. To go back to this, but how do we still keep raising our voice on the problem? There's literally nothing we can do. Twitch has stated that it's an intended feature change, and they're not changing it back. So there's literally nothing we can do. You know, I would believe you that that's a written book in DF if I saw a screenshot of it. Cat out of hell. Yeah. That link that you responded to, audio, is literally just a follow-up post to Twitch stating that they are not changing it back. Sorry. So, what can we do? Absolutely nothing. I mean, or any of my YouTube videos of other forts that have combat, Dominoc. Sorry, I stopped taking everything that person said seriously after they said, start a war, please, because quite frankly, I'm not going to give up literally a year and 10 days worth of work on this fortress to give you an example of a war. And if you can't comprehend that with your feeble, tiny brain, then it's not worth talking to you. Read the forum and find out, that audio responded to. Ya limp brain twit. Sorry, I'm just like... I can't handle some people. Aw, poor Stone. You gotta rebuild that ticket supply, man. Sometimes poems can generate ribald style, which means referring to sexual matters, and amusingly, of course, in a relevant way. You learned that word through DF. Huh. Well, the more you know. I learned about so many various words through DF. It's ridiculous. This poor dwarf. You're clearly scared of spelling. Did you go to school, child? Did you, like, learn anything about how to, communicate with other human beings? You learned the word Baba? Well, the question is, Diamond, is Baba you? That's the very important question, is Baba you? And if you are not Baba, then what are you? Why did I read that as Canadian who runs around and runs out of jokes? That's I mean, isn't that just all comedians these days, though? Do you actually? Have you not seen Baba Is You? Sorry, I'm referencing this. This video game. because Baba is you. But if you are not Baba, then what are you? You're probably Key or Flag or something. No, you won't, because you're banned. Bye. I don't want that person to be back. You know, it's kind of funny because like I have the very simple rule for this for this channel. And that's it. Honestly, if that person just started spelling combat correctly, I would have I wouldn't have banned him. I just can't handle children. I've streamed for too long and I don't get paid well enough to deal with children. If I had thousands of concurrent viewers, 10,000 subscribers, and was making bank, then I could tolerate children. I don't get paid well enough to deal with children, frankly. I get paid well enough to deal with you lovely people, but when children come in, it's just... I don't get paid well enough to deal with them. Man, poor Stone. Bald's etymology is interesting. The Middle English of the noun denoting the regularly retainer, a relevant person from Old French for bald, rather than indulge. Wow, okay. That is a... You want to know what's an insult that blew my mind recently of the origins of it, Stone? This is a very simple one, which is scumbag. I fell down a rabbit hole about researching what old swear words used to mean, and scumbag has a way more meaning to it than I thought it did. Would make children dealing with children even more embarrassing. I mean, there's a reason why most of the biggest streamers on the site don't even have their chat open, right? Like if you go to like the 5,000 plus concurrent viewer streams, most of them don't even open a chat up. They have like an announcements thing that says notifications of like subscribers and stuff, and they'll thank those, and that's it. Like the vast majority of bigger streamers on the site don't even look at chat, which is why like I have a very like low tolerance for bullshit in my chat, because like if you say something, odds are pretty good I'm gonna have to stare at it for at least the next 5 minutes. Like, and if it's killing my brain cells looking at it, no offense, I'm probably just gonna remove you from my eyesight because I don't want to see you anymore with my one working eye. Like, quite literally. Like, you can go watch somebody else. It's okay. I just don't want to deal with you. You bought Tarn's book? The thing that you need to know about Tarn's book, Dominik, is almost every chapter is written by a different author, but every single chapter is written by an indie game developer or somebody who works in the games industry. And if you play a lot of games like Dwarf Fortress, you've probably heard of half of the games in there, and it's fucking fascinating. It's absolutely fucking fascinating. Like, I've read the foreword of it a couple of times, but the foreword is beautiful. It's written by Derek Yu. I always want to call him Brendan Yu, who's a different person, but it's written by Derek Yu, and it's who made Splunky. And the way he talks about procedural generation and game design is absolutely beautiful. Like, he talks about it as like, I could go grab it if you want, but I don't think I could bring myself to read Tynan's book just because I dislike so many of his game design choices. But yeah, if you yeah, you'll probably like it though. Insert emoji shit in chat. Yes. Crying face emoji. Let's see how the feeling goes. Although something I should probably do, because I haven't actually finished this yet. Scumbag came from the, like, a slang term for used condom. Comms back. That's fair enough, Stone. Pharaoh Slut comes from a card game. The official documents detailing the game is there is not a single Pharaoh's table in the world where someone does not cheat, replaced by crapshoot due to the low odds of winning at craps dice. Huh. Yeah, imagine being called a used condom. It's such a perplexing insult. I mean, you can wiki it. Or look it up in a dictionary. Also, a pretty good little show on Netflix, The History of Swear Words. Hosted by one Nicolas Cage, our one true god. Very much worth watching, I say. Oh god, anything but being called a used condom. Yeah, I mean, I call people worse things every day I stream. I mean, that's just a Nick Cage meme. We can have multiple gods. If it worked for the Egyptians, why can't it work for us? Look at all of those ballista arrows. Time to sell the humans ballista arrows and see what they do. This upper area isn't all a library. The library is the left wing. So this is the library over here. The center is the tavern right here. And up above this is the temple on the platform in the middle. And then over here, I guess, was the king's dining room. And then this was the king's throne room. But now the king is dead, so I don't know what I'm going to do with those. But the library is just this wing. And these are all glass windows, so that they can look out above the forests on the outside, above ground, above the upper wall. The temple has a speakeasy. I mean, around it, yeah. Although it's probably pretty loud up here. I don't know if I would want to, you know. Also, you know, this is a convenient hole, which currently has a grate over top of it, but eventually is going to be a drop hole that I'm going to drop things into the lava, you know, because, like, what else are you going to do with cage giants? Because, like, you know, I haven't actually mentioned this at all today. There's some new people here, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 giants and cyclopses and minotaurs, as well as a handful of forgotten beasts and a vampire, all in cages. Just in a stockpile. They just hang out. They just live in cages. I suppose we bring them water every so often. Not frequently, just every so often. They just chill. Mostly. Honestly, I feel kind of bad. But also, like, nah, not really. Bad is relevant. Man, look at all of those ballista arrows. The king made us make so many of those. So fucking many. Yeah, no, for another, like, fun factoid is we're on, like, 6th, 7th-ish generation of dwarves from the original 7. Like, we're down to, like, great-great-great-great-great-grandkids now of the original 7. Not all of the original 7 had children, but the few that did had a lot of children. And we're just keeping it going. Keeping it going. And imagine a world where we need more ballistas. Yeah, we also bring in dwarves from outside of the fort every so often so that we don't screw up the gene pool, but... Actually, I had a dwarf tantrum once and pick up a ballista arrow and throw it. Didn't go too far, but it was kind of terrifying. If it hit somebody, it probably would have killed them. I also had a dwarf run into this stockpile here, tantruming, and throw an entire pile of 25 bolts or arrows, one of the two, in like a circle around her. There are 3 tiles, yeah. Bolts are 3 tiles. Like 1, 2, 3. Just gonna start buying all of the arrows. Yeah, year 306. We started on year 5 for the world. Frame rate death is a myth that doesn't exist, so no. Frame rate death was a real concern on older versions of the game, but for the past 5 years, the game is extremely stable if you know how to keep it stable. The main cause for frame rate death is pathing. Second cause is physics. Third cause is overproduction of items. I don't have issues with any of those things. So, not even remotely. Maybe if I was playing on DF circa 2014, but I'm not, so. I don't know how much you'll be able to find in adventure mode, but you definitely could. The world is pretty small, right? There is a one perpetual war going on, which is probably behind my camera, which you can kind of see happening down here, where this fortress right here is constantly just invading down here. This world's pretty small, and there's not a lot going on, so you could very easily explore the whole thing in adventure mode. Although, exploring this fortress in adventure mode might actually be really fun. Considering like the dwarven capital in this fort is like a tiny little box. But yeah, I mean there's definitely some stuff you could do. Humans are spelling rude words. That's fun. Starts with C and rhymes with mum. Yeah, definitely chrysanthemum. That's absolutely the word that the humans are spelling right now. Although the funniest like spelling of a word I've ever seen with the ASCII and DF was I built a little a combat arena, and I had some giants and some trolls and some spiders and some giant cave toads and a couple human zombies and a few other things. And I released them all, and they all fought, and it was a good time, and we cheered, and we placed bets. And a giant bear died next to a human, died next to a troll, died next to a giant cave toad, died next to a cave spider. The spider bled out last with all of its ichor, spelling butts. It's the hardest laugh I think I've ever had playing DF. Like, I probably cried laughing. I was a little bit sleep deprived at the time, and it was just way too funny. Like, we had a good laugh over that one. It was very, very, very amusing. Damn near cried. Also, we're up to midsummer. We're making good progress today. Considering we started on 304. I think we should aim to get to winter again. Tomorrow's also a DF News Day, so if the stream starts a wee bit late, it's because I'm editing a video. But there will be a news video up on the YouTube channel tomorrow. I'm still like twiddling my thumbs and waiting for goblin armies. Because it's been like... I know that this is what we're supposed to be getting out of the Steam version, but it's been months and months and months and months and months of very similar UI elements. I'm sitting here going like, okay, when do we get a screenshot of like an army of zombies? You know what I mean? Like, when are we going to get an update that's just like Forgotten Beasts? When are we gonna get the fun stuff? Tarn, when are we gonna get the fun stuff? Like, you know, the first thing I'm gonna do when the Steam version releases is, because I guarantee you they're not going to release screenshots of these guys. I'm just going to dig a hole straight down, find the nearest adamantine spire, dig all the way through it, and find Satan. Because, like, I want to know what those demons look like, and I guarantee you they're not going to give us screenshots of the brutes beforehand. They won't be multi-tile. We know for a fact they won't be multi-tile. But the sprites can be bigger than a single tile. So even though they won't be multi-tile, they can fill up more than one tile. So the sprite can be bigger than the tile that the character itself is occupying. So they'll still be able to lie down and stack 1,000 of them. Just making sure that you're not like overinflating your own expectations, you know? Man, I'm not gonna lie. Giving away all of these fucking ballista arrows feels so good. It's okay, I'm enjoying your rambles about bats. The humans. We're just giving them away, mostly. Because I don't need them, and the king died, and the king was the one who demanded we make them all. So, you know, we got plenty of these to spare. Look at them all. And I'm just like, yay, I can get rid of them now. Hallelujah. So we're getting rid of them. God damn it. Bale. I wonder if his first name is Christian. Yeah, there's Bale and Telsta. Telsta a few things about it. Time to make the global bull market crash. I think we're doing that currently. I mean, like, look at them all. This is going to be a pretty cool stockpile once there's just a tube of lava right here. Also, this is a really bad idea. I'm realizing now that this being right here would make it very easy for me to just build a little trapdoor here and just flood this whole area with lava and just, like, clean it out of any, you know, undesirables. But I'm not going to do that. It's a pastime for your consideration, Stone. It's one round of humans have left. The rest are going to leave in a moment. So we're on to layer 101, which means it has like 90 layers to go. It also means it's gone up about 28. So by my guesstimate, it's going to take until 308 before it's full, I would say. Till about year 308 until it's full. I mean, it's not too bad, I think. That is not too bad, I think. Faster than the tube building? Oh yeah, that's for sure. I'm just happy it's not destroying my frame rate. The assumption was that it was going to damage my frame rate when I started pumping. Also, you know what's another thing I could do after this is done? I could repurpose it very easily by digging across this way and over to here. And we could cleanse this cavern layer a little bit. I should do that, shouldn't I? I really, really should do that, shouldn't I? Well, I know what my project is after this. Is repurpose the pumps to cleanse it. It is an extremely gaudy magma forge. I'm filling this tube up. Once the tube is full, it's just going to be a full tube of lava. As for what it's actually doing, nah. Around 2/3 of the way up, there's a big area that I've hollowed out that's going to be a lava forge so that we don't need trees. But yeah, I'm genuinely considering just like cleansing this cavern layer a little bit. What do you guys think? Should we fill this cavern layer up with lava once we're done with the tube? Because like I could very easily like redirect the upper half of this. Even like with a lever system, I could redirect it. Can I get rid of the lava after? I do have a drainage mechanism, yeah. Or like from the cavern later, yeah, stop pumping it. Stop pumping it and it'll eventually drain out. It'll cause a lot of fire and stuff, but we could also seal off the bottom of this and get rid of a lot of these corpses. Yeah, I think we are going to cleanse this cavern layer after we're done pumping this. I mean, it'll slow down the frame rate in the short term, but in the long term, it'll make the cavern layer a lot cleaner and more populatable if we ever need to. Cleanse with lava. Yes. Yes, that's what I'm suggesting. Because I could very easily redirect it, like, up here. And I could have one that goes over to here and then over to here and then, like, over to here or something and then just dribbles out over there. And it'll slowly clean out all of those cobwebs and such. And thus make reclaiming the caverns a significantly more doable thing. Because currently it's, like, virtually impossible, I would say. But if we can deal with the majority of these bodies, we could do that. Also, hey, Gold Poke. Also, Gold Poke, since you missed it. We pumping lava. We pumping lava. Look at all this. The thing is filling, finally. 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 I currently have 1, 2 Forgotten Beasts. There's one just chilling right here. This is a an enormous feathered snail. It spawned on top of these trees, and I don't actually think it can get down. There's also a cave crocodile up there, so I think they're both just stuck right there. This right here was a Forgotten Beast. It's now a big rock because I dropped it on the Forgotten Beast. How many Z levels? It's going to go... Here, I can show you the full route it's going to take. Sound effects are optional. They're for my own enjoyment. All right, so it pumps. The lava flows in through here, down through these grates, into the down into the reservoir, down into this little hole along here, and then gets pumped up and goes up here, and then it goes all the way up this way. All the way up, all the way up, all the way up, even higher, and it goes up to here, and then it pumps all the way along here, all the way over here, all the way over here, all the way down here, around the corner, and then over here, and then power runs from this pump. Actually, it goes in the other direction, but it runs to this pump through these 2 gear assemblies, along this axle, along that axle, through those 2 gear assemblies, up 1 layer, and then connects to this pump, because I'm actually powering this pump, and then it goes up here, all the way up, 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 and then this layer right here is where it's actually getting powered. So power is coming from these water wheels, which has a little river flowing underneath it, and power goes up along here from the top of that gear assembly over through this axle, over to this gear assembly, over through to this screw pump, and then from there all the way up above the surface, all the way up to here, at which point it flows around and back down into here, which is just a few Z levels beneath the tavern, and it's filling this glass tube all the way down, 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 all the way down. And then this, once it fills up, will eventually fill up this zone, and this is going to be my forge. That's what the lava's filling. Does that answer your question at all, Gold Poke? All of the Z levels, and then some. I mean, it's going all the way up to layer +4. So 4 layers above ground level. And then from here, I could easily redirect it, and once we shut the thing down, like, there's lots of other places we can go with it. To the point where, like, I could make a lava moat. I could make a glass sphere and fill that up with lava. I want, now that we have this stack done and power for it, I can redirect and change it and tweak it and fiddle with it and do other things with it. I could 3D print a wall, maybe. I could really quickly deal with my overpopulation of unicorns. Not that they're actually overpopulated right now. They're actually a pretty reasonable population currently. But I could very quickly deal with them. You absolutely love it. I'm glad. It's probably the dwarfiest thing we've done in this fort so far. Did I play Cultivation Simulator? Nah, nothing about it looked particularly interesting to me. I've watched some friends stream it and looks fine. It's my full-time job, Viltrekus. So it shouldn't blow your mind. It really shouldn't blow your mind. Considering there are plenty of systems in Dwarf Fortress I don't understand at all. Like, I'm pretty terrible at adventure mode, for example. It's almost like you're paying me for it, Stone. Also, Viltrekus, I think you resubbed at some point. If you refresh the stream, you get a notification if you ever want to pop that. Because I don't think you did. But yeah, no, there's lots of other fun things we can do with lava now that we have lava up to the surface. And cleansing the caverns is probably going to be one of the first things. It's stream living off of Dwarf Fortress? Well, I mean, I don't just live off of Dwarf Fortress. I stream for a living. And I've streamed for a living for a while. I will do all the dwarf stuff I gotta do. Gold poke. Streaming for a living is like anything. There you go. Welcome back for a second month.
There it is. Ha ha.
Depends on the hobby, Hoshan. I mean, for me, it's less to the act of playing video games that is my job, and it's more entertaining a crowd of people. It depends on the person. Some people say turn your hobby into a job. Some people say don't turn your hobby into a job. I would say it is a dream job because it is technically a dream job, but I will also say that being any kind of content creator on the internet comes with all of the caveats of having your own business, and it also comes with all of the caveats of working in an industry where you literally have no guaranteed income. So, you know, it has its problems, but I think that the benefits outweigh the problems, which is why I do it and why I will continue to do it. Also, I just received an email stating, if anybody uses the Brave browser, you can now tip me with basic attention token. If anybody else is a crypto goonie like myself. Okay, but how many hours would you say you've played of Dwarf Fortress in your entire life? I think you can answer that question yourself, Yoshi, without me answering it for you. Apparently you can. I literally just received an email stating that I can, yeah. It only took them, like, months to get back to me on that. $100 to $190? Okay, I've put more than that amount of time into Dwarf Fortress in the last month. It's like Google Chrome minus all the bullshit And also a added a completely different kind of bullshit called cryptocurrency. So it's like Chrome if you remove all of the bullshit and add in a different kind of bullshit. Okay, where are they putting those now? How much RAM is it using right now? It's currently using 600 megabytes of RAM, and I have about 12 tabs open and Twitch chat, which is about a third of what Chrome uses. The bullshit is indeed ignorable, yeah. It's also got a lot of really nice privacy settings and usage settings. Also, I don't know how much RAMs you have, but if Chrome is taking 50% of your RAMs, I recommend that you download more RAMs. And make sure to headbutt them often, otherwise they get a little antsy. RAMs like to, you know, knock their horns together. So if it's using 50% of your RAMs, you'll also be pretty good to get some EWEs in for them, you know, so that you can have lambs, and then you can make lamb chops. Hey, Colisman, what's up? I don't know. I was just rolling down a like rabbit hole of just, you know, downloading bigger GPUs. I mean, those are worth more than RAMs. Those are indeed worth more than RAMs. How you doing, Cole? It's good to see you. Rams with cracked horns? That's horrible. Rams fill an important role in ecological role in Eurasian steppes. Yes. And this went on in a weird direction. Also, this has nothing to do with anything, but I also enjoy cornbread. One person knows what I'm talking about. The Rams don't think it's weird? I mean, have you ever asked one? I'm not married. What's a RAM shaming? I mean, if you have less than 64 gigabytes of RAM, what are you even doing with your life? Also, yes, I have 64 gigabytes of RAM. I had 32, and then I looked at my computer, and I was like, I have 2 extra slots. So I just went and bought, like, literally, I put this computer together, and when I was looking at it, I was like, nah, fuck it. I just went and spent another 180 bucks. And you know what? Didn't regret it. Worth. Fucking worth. Dedo-dated. Dedotated wham. You need more dedicated whams. Honestly, download more RAM is like my favorite, like, old school troll. Speaking of old school trolls, what are you doing here, Hobo? I thought we told you that you weren't allowed here anymore. How you doing? Yeet. How's things? DF justifies a Lambo? Wait, are you saying that I should drive a Lambo because I play Dwarf Fortress? Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Dude, I can't stop listening to Brass Against. That shit's so fucking good. That shit's so fucking good. Speaking of shit that won't do what you tell me, I've got lava dumping into my giant glass bong. What money, Yoshi? I mean, if the creator of the video game can't pull a 6-figure salary off of it, how the heck's random streamer number 12 with 67 viewers gonna afford a Lambo? I mean, seriously. I think Tarn Adams the one who should afford the Lambo before me. You only just realized that? I mean, probably what's going to happen is he's going to be like, he said, because Tarn did an interview, I want to say it was with Rock, Paper, Shotgun, where they asked him what he would do if he sold 1 million copies of Dwarf Fortress at $20. And his response basically was, I'm not sure if I could imagine that amount of money. So I have a feeling if Tarn Adams gets very, very rich, he will probably just have a good investment portfolio and do what he said he would do, which is probably give a lot of money to charity. And yes, he does deserve it. He absolutely does. 64 gig RAM master race. Hell yeah, man. Fuck yeah. I just got an email, and I'm not going to say what it is because this is an email that I signed an NDA about, but it just says, shh. In the title line, do not show this email. Okay, I won't. Although I can say what it is tomorrow, so it's fine. I'll say what it is tomorrow. Cool. That means I can announce it in DF News. A tractor from Lamborghini for $100,000. So just Yoshi, I think you're new here, but to be totally clear, I'm legally blind and will never be able to drive. Just to be totally clear. So if I like joke about like, nah, I don't need a car. It's because I literally, I can't. Doesn't matter if I want to, I can't. Also, Abe, what happened to you? You poor dwarf. So even if I could afford a Lambo, it would never happen. I realize you're just throwing shit around. All I'm saying is I'm waiting for self-driving vehicles. And at that point, then it like mum's the word. You bet your ass I'm buying myself a self-driving Lambo. But till then, I'm waiting for the technology to catch up to my piles of streamer money, obviously. Until then, could you chuck $1 a month at my Patreon so that I can eventually afford that Lambo? Says the streamer. He'll either, I don't think Tarn is capable of going going anywhere near close to what Notch has done. Because if you watch interviews with Notch, he was always kind of a crazy person. Tarn Adams is like the polar opposite of that personality, so. If Tarn was the sort of person to go crazy like that, I have a feeling he would have done it years ago. Also, I want to look up this Lambo tractor now. Hold on a second. I want to know what a Lamborghini tractor looks like. I'm very perplexed. Huh. No shit. Tarn is more Bob Ross? Yeah. Okay, but like, could I get a toy version of this? I just want one that's like Hot Wheels car size. Because that looks awesome. I'm not gonna lie, that looks awesome. You know, there are two games that are highly influential to Minecraft. Infiniminer, which was inspired by the level generation of Dwarf Fortress, which is which was open source, and it's what Notch made a clone of and then renamed to Minecraft. And then other ideas from Dwarf Fortress were then lifted from Dwarf Fortress and put into Minecraft. And Infiniminer was made by the founder of a little studio that you may have heard of called Zachtronics. And this is Dwarf Fortress. Which was made by the creator of Zachtronics. Was later also renamed to Infiniminer. Zachtronics, of course, you know, obviously very successful studio. They made Infinifactory, Space Chem, TIS 1000, Opus Magnum, Exapunks, and a bunch of other fucking games too. Including Nerds Online. And, you know, a ton of other stuff. So, you know. Shoutouts to Zachtronics. There's actually a fucking heartbreaking video of Zach, the founder of Zachtronics, standing at, I want to say it was GDC 2011 or 12? And it's just Notch giving a speech after winning 1 billion awards. And he states that it was originally an Infiniminer clone. And Zach's just sitting there and he just looks like he's about to fucking cry. Which was like, right, like before he released Space Chem and all that stuff. Because he's just like, yep, yeah, he remade my game. So. Yeah, and Miner VGA was like a 2D thing, which inspired the 2D Dwarf Fortress, if I remember correctly. Zach is an artist, not a businessman. I mean, he certainly fucking did well for himself. Hold on, I have a video that you guys can watch later. The game that inspired Minecraft and never made a penny. There you go. Although one of my favorite things to always wind back around to is Dwarf Fortress and Infiniminer inspired Minecraft. The first, or some of the first Battle Royale games came out of Minecraft, as well as like mods for other games. Fortnite was originally a Minecraft clone because that game was in development for like 8 years or something before they finally released it. They released Fortnite, Save the World initially, and then turned it into a Battle Royale game, which means you can thank the existence of Fortnite from Minecraft, as well as partially the existence of successful Battle Royale games on Minecraft. So Fortnite exists because of Dwarf Fortress. It's kind of a stretch, and Fortnite might have existed anyway, but Fortnite exists as it is because of Dwarf Fortress. So not only is like Minecraft itself existing, but I mean, Notch just had, like, as much as I fucking hate Notch because he's a horrible goddamn person, Notch has really good taste in video games. Quite literally. It's like, the world generation and a lot of the ideas were taken from Minecraft. Like, the persistent world idea and endless generation ideas are all taken from Dwarf Fortress in Minecraft. Ideas for were taken from Ultima Underworld, and even games like Adom. Like, he just had really good taste in games. Well, before DayZ BR, there was Arma BR, because Arma BR existed before DayZ. But I want to say they were around the same time. I don't know the actual founding days, but Arma had Battle Royale mods before DayZ existed. Yeah, there was also that cards game that got shut down. Wasn't it just called Scrolls? And then they got sued by the Elder Scrolls, and then they shut that game down? I can't actually remember what that game was called, but yeah, Mojang made a card game at one point. Kind of before the card game craze, too. Also, investments are open. Yeah, it was way after Minecraft, but like, it was after the Minecraft sale, too. But Mojang did make Scrolls. There's too many video game in my brain. Yeah, because they got sued because of Elder Scrolls. Have I played Ultima Underworld? Not in like 20 years. I never got particularly far into it, but a friend's dad had it. So yeah, technically I've played Ultima Underworld. It was the same place I played Daggerfall, actually. And Morrowind for the first time, I think? I think that was the same house. These are all games I never owned, but played. And because you know who also got cease and desist issued to them by ZeniMax Audio? A friend of the show. Let me know when you got it, Stone. Just gotta minimize this Brave Rewards thing and look into that later. Was it called Scrolls? Yeah, I never played it. I don't know. I don't like card games, so. I just know that it's been shut down since. It's a dog and a horse. I should release the dog and eat the horse. It's been a while since we've had a dog in the fort. We could use a dog. I have hiccups right now, so if I'm not talking, that's why. I'm trying to quell my hiccups. Okay. I think we're good. I'm trying not to, Ocean. Gotta bring on the soaring. Soaring's on their way. They're just moving slow. No, I'm not trying to summon Notch. Why would I try to summon Notch? You know, honestly, I would have very mixed feelings if Notch tuned into my stream. Actually, I wonder, has Notch ever watched my stream? Let's find out. Not in the time I've had my bot. T-Pain has, though. Much more famous and much more important. Now, do you mean Zach Adams? Or do you mean Zach is in Zachtronics? I doubt Zachtronics has watched my stream. Because you know those investments things? If you If you watch my stream for more than a minute, my bot knows that you've watched me before, and I can look you up. Oh, Tarn Adams? Yeah. I mean, Tarn's been on the stream. Zach hasn't. I've tried to get Zach on the stream, a couple of times actually, but he's politely declined. He's less of a public person. But I've had Tarn Adams on my stream 4 times. And probably will again sometime mid-late November. But yeah, we do like 3 Q&A streams with Tarn Adams on this stream a year. Just got a text message that my phone bill is ready to be paid. 'Twas indeed an easy one. Oh, Hobo, the king died, by the way. So the kingliness of kingdoms has passed away. Many sages were had, but you know, we've moved on. Are you talking about Zach Adams? Zach just doesn't want to be on a Twitch stream. I mean, if you see Tarn and Zach in the same room, Tarn is the one that's super loud and talking to everybody and like very much outgoing and loud, and Zach's kind of quiet. So I always got the feeling that Zach's just a little bit more of a quiet person, whereas Tarn is very much an extrovert, from what I can tell. Just from, you know, I met him at PAX originally in 2019, and that's how I got the contact with him. I actually, the first time I asked Tarn to be on my stream was when I was in hospital and kind of delirious. Which is kind of funny, because probably if I didn't go to the hospital for a week in 2020, not related to COVID, I probably wouldn't have actually had the guts to ask him. Tarn, like, I always need to remind people, it's like, Tarn is like a mathematics professor. Like, in another life, he's a mathematics professor. But yeah, if you go to my YouTube channel, I have, if you go to my YouTube channel, there are 4 hour and 20 plus minute long chats with Tarn Adams. That's just the most recent video that I uploaded. But like, if you go to my YouTube channel, like, you'll find the 4 talks I've done with him. But yeah, Tarn is extremely smart. I do not watch European football, no. I do watch high-speed twink soap opera, though, aka F1. Well, high-speed Euro twink soap opera. That's it. That's the only sport I follow. How did I? Or did I? I did watch the last race, yes. And it was fine. I wish that the I wish that the camera actually followed the interesting parts of the race instead of those fuckers up in first, second, and third. And I wish that they didn't broadcast Bottas like having to give up getting fastest lap. And I kind of feel bad for Bottas. But yeah, I mean, I'm really happy about some of the mid-pack races, and the Zandvoort's a fun track to watch, but I mean, it was significantly more interesting than the race before that literally didn't happen. Also, if you watch F1, if you join my Discord, there's a room on my Discord called Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zoom. I mean, that happens every race, though, Stone. Like, literally, Lewis Hamilton bitches every race about his tires. Like, it's not an F1 race unless you get to check off that chunk of your bingo card. Sorry, I was talking to Stone. I don't understand a word of that, Yoshi. I'll be honest with you. Do not understand a word of what you just said. Like I said, I don't understand a word of that. I'm not smart, okay? I didn't even graduate high school technically. Like I'm not a big smart kid. I'm just an idiot stoner who plays video games on the internet. That's me. Parn's actually an intelligent person, and that's why he makes video games. I just talk a lot. More than I should most of the time, frankly. Dwarf Fortress is the only game I've ever played, Cat Out of Hell, where if somebody unironically told me that the dwarves were smart enough to get out of the save file and escape into your computer, if I was stoned enough, I'd actually believe them. Kivish says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes, and probably a terrorist at this point. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of the merchants? All of the metal. Literally all of it. Because we don't need wood anymore. At all. And I look forward to our meeting next year and our fortunes rise and fall together. The reason I called that dwarf a terrorist is because they murdered one of my dwarves. Not thrilled. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is the only game I've ever played in my life where the characters are believable enough that I wouldn't actually be shocked. Like, how many decisions can you give a thing before it gains sentience? It doesn't matter if it's running in a computer or not. Like, how many decisions and thoughts and ideas can you give a thing before it essentially becomes sentient? It's kind of crazy. But yeah, no, my goal as a sleepy stoner on the internet is to just simply give people as much Dwarf Fortress as I possibly can, because there just isn't enough people covering this game. There's not enough people streaming this game. There's not enough people making videos about this game. And I see a very open market to be able to give people, if not even insight into this game, just like giving people an opportunity to maybe get to know this game a little better. Because there are so many games out there and so many streamers out there. And for every stream, like, there's probably more people streaming Fortnite on a regular basis than there are people who play Dwarf Fortress. So, frankly, I don't see any reason why I need to play the big popular games when instead I can just play small games that are interesting, that actually deserve some sort of, I hate this term, influencer support. I'm going to blow up after Steam? We'll see. I mean, I've been part of release schedules for other niche games in the past and nobody fucking noticed. Me. That's not possible. Hold on. Let me actually... Unless, like, Twitch was down, you were looking at the wrong Fortnite. Unless you were did you look up Save the World specifically? I mean, right now the top streamer on Fortnite has 15,000 people watching. Did you set it as recommended to you? Because that's the default, where it'll recommend people that are like similar to your viewing habits. But if you set it to high to low, there's 105,000 people watching Fortnite right now. No. Fortnite is literally the biggest game in the world. Like, it is the most played game in the world. It eclipses every other game in existence. Also, Krug Smash deserves more recognition because his videos and made some of your friends interested in DF. I'm glad that to be able to say that Krugs is a friend these days. Krugs is a good person. Wait, Leisure Suit Larry hasn't been relevant in like 35 plus years, I feel like. Maybe ever. No. Tarn is making the Steam release to pay medical bills. So, no, actually. The US of A, my neighboring country, doesn't have socialized health care. So if you work for yourself or are self-employed, medical shit becomes expensive. If I lived in the States because of my disabilities and medical needs, I wouldn't actually be able to stream full-time. I would have to be completely unemployed and not own my own business so that I could get public service benefits, or alternatively, I would have to go get a job at some minimum wage place that had basic coverage so that I could get my meds paid for. Tarn is in a position where they could be bankrupt by medical fees if that happens. You can go look that up yourself if you like. And before you wonder, no, Kit Fox is not forcing him to make it, and it's not like it's and it's not like they are under like strict deadlines or anything. Like literally they have as good an idea of when it's coming out as us. So you can thank America's lack of socialized healthcare for the Steam version of DF. Because frankly, he probably wouldn't have ever made it if it wasn't like, if America had socialized healthcare, I'd be willing to bet $1 that Tarn never would have done that. So thanks, America, I suppose. Don't buy your friends copies. Cat out of hell, if you want to support Dwarf Fortress, chuck them a couple dollars a month on Patreon. Like, quite literally just do that if you want to help DF. Because, yeah, it's a cool fucking game. And, like, either Patreon or PayPal. And also remember, if you ever look at the monthly reports, because they post Dwarf Fortress's earnings once a month, the monthly reports looks kind of like a lot of money if you just glance at it. But you need to remember, 30% for taxes gets removed, plus it's split between 4 people. So, once you look at that, it's immediately like, oh, yeah, okay. Also pets, cat and dog, you know. So it's not like the game doesn't actually make much money, especially for a programmer of Tarn's caliber. One of my friends who was actually here earlier, Jerome Stout, once said in my chat, he makes indie games because it's art, and if he wanted to actually make money, he would go design AI for Google. So. But in regards to the Steam version in general, I'm very excited for it because I hope that it means that more people will get the opportunity to play this game that are currently intimidated by its obtuse nature. And I hope as a creator, it helps me pay my bills for a while. Like, obviously, it's not going to be indefinite or even close to indefinite because who knows how long the hype cycle will last, but I just hope that I can continue streaming video games and weird roguelikes and other games you probably haven't heard of for a long time. Well, I'll say this. If you go to the Bay 12 Games Patreon, which is right here, they're currently getting 8,000 a month on Patreon, right? This was about half that before the Steam version was announced. So, and it went up to, I think it was 11,000 at one point. After the Steam version was announced, they had over 4,000 supporters for a bit. Just like realize the Steam version's already helped them significantly. So. But, you know, right now you're starting to get people who are maybe a little bit less patient interested in DF, and they're not very understanding, I would say. Make a large iron gem. I'm just making them out of iron because, like, what else am I going to make them out of? Man, I can't believe that, 1, this thing is working, 2, it worked with no hitches, and 3, it's not hurting my frames. That's, I think, the most shocking thing about this whole thing for me. I was very much expecting this whole pump system to damage the heck out of my frames, but it's just not. I am shocked. Because everybody's like, oh, you turn on that pump stack and your frame rate's going to go to null. It's like, nope, not at all. Giant pump stack, not even remotely hurting my frames. I mean, I think the water ones do, but maybe I could test it with water later and we'll find out. Speaking of frames, I framed my Tarn Adams crayon drawing. Well, technically Dwarf Fortress is 2 cores. And it's been 2 cores for like 5 years now. But yes. It's still going to be, it's literally going to be the current version of the game, but with graphics and a new UI. Everything else is going to be identical. It's not like they are rewriting the entire game from the ground up, because that would take another 22 years. It's why, like, when people say, oh, it's a remake or a remaster, like, that's totally fucking wrong, and people shouldn't say that, because that is not what the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is. Dwarf Fortress is perfectly playable at a solid frame rate as proven by this fortress. Yeah, the UI works in a different core, which is why if you do actually kill your fort with some sort of pathing issue, frame rate wise, and you hit U, these menus work at flawless full FPS because the UI is on a different, the UI and your tile set is on a different core than the actual processes going on in the game. Yeah, one for graphic drawing, one for game logic, absolutely. Because the game, Dwarf Fortress isn't technically ASCII. It's fake ASCII. But that's a deep rabbit hole. Yeah, also, the way Dwarf Fortress is designed, it really isn't compatible with multi-core. So if you're having frame rate issues, change other things about your fortress. Like, if you're playing Dwarf Fortress and you're running into frame rate issues, change other things about your fortress. Try embarking on a smaller map. Try embarking with less dwarves. Try embarking on a smaller world, a younger world, an older world. Try messing with different things. And another thing that I would recommend is if you still want to have invasions and stuff, if you still want to get into fights with goblins, lower down the number of dwarves that you need to get an invasion and drop down your total population cap. So drop it down to like maybe 100 instead of 200, and then set the invasion beginnings cap to 40 instead of 80. And then drop down everything else so that you still get all the fun stuff, but like embark on a smaller map. Because Dwarf Fortress actually runs extremely well. It's also extremely stable considering how many lines of code it is and how because I think last I read, I think the Stack Overflow interview said it was like 1.6 million lines of code, which I think is accurate. I might be wrong there. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But the game's got a lot of lines of code. So considering the size of Dwarf Fortress and the convoluted nature of it, it's remarkable that it runs as well as it does. And frankly, you don't see people bitching about City Skylines having frame rate death issues, even though I would argue something like City Skylines is actually worse than Dwarf Fortress these days. It is very easy to play City Skylines and get your frame rate so bad that your city becomes unplayable. So it is common in other games, but you don't really see people complaining about it. No, it's not, but it is a fun metric. Dominik. Also, I'm not a programmer, so I'm probably not the person to talk to about this subject. I just know that I genuinely don't think that this game has as poor performance as people make it seem. I think that there is a lot of exaggerating going on. It's a lot of lack of game knowledge. See how full this is. Okay, cool. It filled back up. Meaning, I guess I could close these again. I keep closing these because I really don't want any magma crabs getting stuck in here. Because magma crabs are kind of a pain in the dick. And I really, really, really don't want to have to deal with a bunch of magma crabs getting stuck in my reservoir, so I'm trying to do my best to keep them out. But I know that they can swim through. Fortifications in. So even though this is a fortification, they could potentially swim through it. So I'm just trying to be careful. So yeah, now you have a new factoid. Whenever people complain that Dwarf Fortress runs on a single core, be like, actually, it's multi-core. You can be that guy now. The fact I find the pathfinding rock solid. Yeah, since the Tarn made a couple small updates to pathfinding in the last few small patches, and honestly I think the pathfinding's really good in Dwarf Fortress. Like, it's good in a believable way, right? Like, if a dwarf is running in a direction and you lock a door, they'll run all the way up to the locked door, check that the door is locked, and then turn around and run back. Like, they don't turn around immediately like in RimWorld. It's overdone pathfinding, but it's very believable pathfinding. Like, you know, if we follow this dwarf around, like, yeah, you might walk around somewhere, you might get distracted for a bit, but I feel like their pathfinding is obviously not the most optimal. Like, they're not going to walk straight to the thing all the time. They might get distracted halfway through, but I think that the way they get distracted on the way that they're going to wherever they're going, I find that part very interesting. I do think that the pathfinding helps add to the character of the dwarves more so than a more logical pathfinding. Like something like Songs of Six has very logical pathfinding, right? You tell a person to go somewhere, they take the most optimal route and no deviations from that. They will just simply go complete the task and then go to the next priority task, right? But because like dwarves have a lot more nuanced needs than a lot of characters do in other city builders or colony builders, you're obviously going to have less direct pathing in Dwarf Fortress, but I do honestly think that the pathing is kind of great for what it is, but you need to acknowledge it for what it is and don't expect it to be something that it's not. And I think a lot of people expect it to be something that it's not. Also, I think we're just going to do DF today. I don't think I'm going to do a second game today. For anybody who missed the stream yesterday, I kind of streamed for 12 hours yesterday. Quite literally 12 hours. So I think I'm going to, just do this for today. You went to school for game art and design? Well, you've been to school for more than I have. I almost went to school for, well, actually, I technically did 1 year of university for music theory, but it was only one class, so it was like a couple hours of work a week. You had a chance to participate in working on your own game for a while in your spare time, but you got a new job in June, and so you don't have much spare time anymore. What kind of game are you working on? If you have things you want to share, feel free. Man, this poor diplomat. I have 2 insane diplomats in this fort right now, which is kind of hilarious. Kind of hilarious. Also, a random bug in DF. If you have more than 3,000 dead in your fortress, you stop getting migrants. And considering we're at 10,635, we haven't had migrants in hundreds of years. So whenever you see no migrants arrived this season, duh. We haven't had a migrant since like year 120 or so. But yeah, what kind of game were you working on? Or are you working on, I suppose? And is it just like a hobby project, or is it something that you'd want to release one day? There's something just beautiful and relaxing about watching this lava just flow over the edge and down into the tube. I know that this might not be anywhere near as interesting for anybody watching the stream, but I literally spent like 100 years in game building this fucking thing. So to me, this is so zen, just watching it slowly fill up. Necro Trader? Really? So like you run around, beat shit up, get loot, and then go sell it to the highest bidder kind of deal? The first thing that comes to mind is like a Racketeer or a Moonlighter in my head as like something that would be similar-ish to that. Because in Moonlighter, you're moonlighting as a dungeoneer, right? You run the shop during the day and you price stuff that you find in the dungeon. And Racketeer is similar. Sounds kind of neat. I don't know. Game development is one of those things that I'm fascinated by. The tube is on fire. Unfortunately, it's not filling fast up, but it is what it is. Part of the reason it's not filling faster is because I moved the pump stack But yeah, that's cool. It's always neat to hear about things that other people are working on. I mean, it's super chill and low-key, but in the background of this stream, there's a private room on my Discord, a couple of them actually, where we are prototyping lore for a mud. We are there's a couple of us working on it. I put like a couple hours a week into it and organizing stuff, but eventually we want to turn it into a text-based MMO, science fiction one. We'll see if that project ever actually happens. Right now it's just kind of a dream idea, but yeah, that's something that we're quietly working on. At some point I want to open source the whole damn thing, but also, like, if you want to share any stuff from that, feel free to just dump it in the post art section, Kodiak, on my Discord. Only if you want to share things. If you don't want to share things, don't worry about it. I will say, games is a very crowded industry. It is difficult to be noticed. That's for sure. It is indeed difficult to be noticed. It's a fantasy world where the big evil necromancers won, and most of the world is necrotic wasteland. Necro traders are people, are the people crazy badass enough to run caravans city to city. Cool. Neat. New badge. New memes. Speaking of memes, I'm sorry you missed it, but the pump stack works, and it doesn't hurt my frames. Lafonda. And 7 months. Check and I get a couple beers.
7 months. Suck an odd number.
Suck an odd number. Seven's a pretty cool number, I'm not gonna lie. Also, go follow LaFonda. Your typo. What did you typo? What did what? I'm really curious about what you typoed. Did you not mean to say suck an odd number? Or did you mean to say such an odd number or something? I think it's funnier that you said suck an odd number. I'm not gonna lie. I would just own it. I would just own it if I were you. But thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 7th month. I hope that the work thingy will allow you to watch more frequently again soonish, rather than later-ish. But yeah, no, this is the actual tower now. It's filling up with lava, very slowly. Very slowly. I estimate it's going to take like 4 years to fill. But lava's falling in. It's pumping. The actual power supply of the whole thing is right here. It's the old drainage pipe. Makes all of the wheels spin. And then the power connects to this gear assembly right here, which goes over and connects to here, which goes over and connects to here. And then I did an experiment, which turns out was accurate. I didn't actually know if this would work. I connected this pump stack here via this assembly and axle here over to here, and then down to this second one and powered them both with one power source. I wasn't sure if you could connect a pump to a separate pump, but you can, apparently. So that's the two of them connected, and yeah, then they keep pumping. And we've decided that, or I've decided that once we're done filling the top side with lava, we are going to cleanse the heretics. I mean, this cavern layer with lava, because this cavern layer is a fucking mess and a half. I mean, look at this shit. It's messy. So we're gonna fill this whole thing up with lava, because you know you got to be dwarfy. So what I'm thinking of is I'm gonna reroute it into a different reservoir up here, and then just have, like, I don't know, some sort of trapdoor or something that leads into the underground area. Fill it all up with lava, and then just pull a lever and go psh, fill her all up or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Regardless, we're gonna cleanse this all with lava. Which, that's gonna hurt my frames. But you know what? You gotta be dwarfy every so often. So, I think clearing out some bodies is gonna be a good way to start that. But yeah, this is actually just turns out to be literally a giant lava bong, but functionally just the most, like, over-the-top, gaudy magma forge I've ever made. Because that's actually what it is. Because this is going to be my forge once this area down here is done. So, well, you're welcome. You're welcome. Also, because I literally got an email about it today, I am now a verified Brave browser creator. So if you are one of the rare people who use the Brave web browser and want to give me basic attention token cryptocurrency, that's the way you can tip me now. On Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter, oddly enough. Because YouTube has that, or Twitch has that, Twitter has that functionality. Too many twas on social media. Giant big green tube of lava. It's like a giant pixie stick. Oh no, Jess is depressed again. You want to fight? Well, let's put you into the bear fighters. What's oh no? Oh no implies something bad has happened. Oh, also the king died of old age. It's another thing that happened today. After we turned the lava pump on. And no, we didn't die because of the lava pump. It was a natural death. The depression? Comes with the territory. In order to be alive, one must be depressed sometimes. It's impossible to have a brain without the occasional chemical imbalance. I wonder if King the Space Disco Fox has looked at the chat at all today and just seen people writing Rip King and gotten confused. That's one of my mods, so... And we are still cleaning up the king's stuff. Although, in this case, cleaning them up, taking them, and then equipping them. Also, I think it's time to make some clothing. But there we go. Let's get all of those done. So unfortunately doesn't get updated as much as it should because of scheduling conflicts. But we update when we can. Well, for a while there it was a weekly podcast, but it's just me and Ryan talk about music mostly. If you like listening to me ramble about metal, that podcast is pretty good. Otherwise, you can live without it. Here comes all of the clothing industry. Get to it, dwarves. Get to it. Oh, also, LaFonda, just an FYI. Twitch got rid of, or more or less made auto hosts irrelevant. As a streamer, you should be aware. Which is a big question mark for a lot of things. Also, like I've talked about a couple of times today, quite literally 60% of my monthly views come from auto hosts. So I've lost all, more or less, of my natural new viewers coming into the channel passively. So, yeah, it sucks. I have a theory. It's not an explanation, though, and it's borderline conspiracy theory level. But my theory is pretty plausible, and that is advertisers don't like paying companies to display ads to an inactive audience, and the majority of people who lurk through auto hosts are asleep or away from the computer. So that's my borderline conspiracy theory reasoning. Also, they pushed the update during the height of the drama of the hate raids to completely bury it. My second half of the conspiracy theory. It's still kind of a conspiracy theory because it's not confirmed. And Viltrekus, thank you very much for the lurks. Cheers. You have a good one. Those lurks are extremely helpful. Advertising ruins everything. I read that as runs everything. It does, and it also ruins it. But it's something that we get to deal with now. But the weird thing is manual hosts still work like auto hosts used to. So if you physically go to your channel and type in /host and then the person that you want to host, it still works the way it did before. So if you get hosted by somebody and they have a lot of viewers, it works like it did before. Basically, we've gone back to pre-auto host days, which is like Twitch circa 2016, I think, was when they added in auto hosting. So anybody who heavily depended on auto hosts like myself now get to deal with the result. And the result is, in the last 4 streams I've done, I've gotten approximately 60% less total views on my VODs than before. Also, for some reason, Twitch deletes all of the cookies every single time I refresh the site, which is bizarre. Maybe I need to re-enable cookies or something on Twitch. Yeah, no, I am not happy. Hi, new naturally occurring viewer. I mean, I prefer my viewers to be organic, frankly, so. It's just really frustrating. That's all. So days of me randomly having 250 viewers are kind of behind us, I think, for a while. But welcome to Longdeath, MTH. If you have questions or want to know anything about DF, just let me know. You'd think they could just do that wave depletion. Oh, but here's the thing, wave depletion. Hosted channels confuse the viewer because they think that a channel is live when they're not. You wouldn't want to confuse the viewer, would you? This has to be like something that happens in mainstream channels like Fortnite streams. It's like, is streamers live? It's like those people that think that premieres are live streams and they're like, how are you typing in chat but also talking in the video? It's like, because this isn't a live stream, you know? It's got to be like that kind of thing. Because like, if you've been on Twitch for more than a week, you figure out what the difference between a host and a live stream is. But yeah, I don't know where that idea came from. It's why I will be posting my streams on Reddit more often. It's why I get to start being naggy and annoying. This lava tube? I've been playing this fortress since August 26th, 2020. 3 to 4 days a week. This is it's a little fort. Just a little fort. And the lava tube goes all the way down. It's going to take a while to fill it. It's actually just, like I said earlier, just a really, 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 really over-the-top magma forge. So we're on year 301 of this fort. The fort is 301 years old. In-game, not real-time. That would be... I don't know how I'd live that long. I've invented a time machine. I'm actually a time traveler. But yeah, that's the lava tube. Ish pumping. There's the power right there for the pump. Oh, also the little maze that I built because I was bored. Also the, you know, all of the coffins from the 300 years. Yep, that's Longdeath. It's a nice little fort. Not ambitious at all. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, the whole point of this fortress is we're keeping it alive for 1,000 years. Also, there's a dead human in my tavern. Please tell me it's that stupid fucking... Hallelujah! Stone. Guess who's dead? Yeah, did we kill him? Outpost liaison punches the bone carver in the right leg. The outpost liaison punches the bone carver in the bruising. No, that's the outpost liaison. Where's the... What's the last thing that this human did? Or did you just die? I think the human just died. Well, I mean, Ganach had been tantruming for a bit. So it actually makes perfect sense why this human would die in my tavern. They'd been tantruming for a bit. And last time I checked, they were stricken by melancholy. This is actually the second human trader that this happened to. Maybe the humans are finally starting to get tired of bringing us all the free stuff, and, like, it's starting to impact the mental health of the humans at large. Because, like... yeah, that one is gone. Now we just have the other one, which is my outpost liaison. Which means we're going to get a new royal treasurer, hopefully. And hopefully the humans don't blame us. Doesn't look like it. That'd be awkward if they did. I'm assuming we're on good enough terms with them that they're not going to come killing us. Which is probably optimal, I would guess. Just trying to get rid of this corpse so the dwarves don't need to stare at the dead human. Section of cavern collapsed, aka ice. Someone's coming to get it. Then we can crush it once the body's put in the garbage masher. So now a thing that I need to do is I need to design a super over-the-top device to insert corpses into the lava tube, don't I? I need to do that. I need to figure out... I need to, like, have an alternate, like, thing. Or some sort of method of using lava to dispose of corpses. That's something else that we need to do now. We actually have, like, the lava pumping up here. You know, LaFonda, there's a lot of things that Twitch could do. But, unfortunately, it's not what Twitch did. And we just have to deal with the consequences, you know? As I was saying to my mom, you know, it goes back to prove and remind everybody that it's a bad idea to put all of your eggs into one basket as a content creator because, well, if they just decide to change something that fucks you sideways, then congratulations, you've been fucked sideways. And then you just get to figure out what you're going to do for the rest of your life. So, and, you know, Twitch has made some very consumer-friendly changes this year. Like, really, they have. Regional pricing is extremely consumer-friendly, and so is changing the way auto-hosts worked, assuming it's actually confusing as many people as they claim it is. So they've made some really good consumer-friendly changes. Problem is some of those consumer-friendly changes mean making money as a content creator on, especially full-time on Twitch, is a little bit more difficult now. That's just the reality, you know? Crying over it's not going to fix anything. Also, I'm sorry, Jimmy. The only person to invest, and you lost. Hopefully you'll forgive the bot one day. My dwarves are just too busy making clothing to actually give a shit about disposing of that corpse, which is kind of funny. But, you know, fortunately, as much as I do depend on auto-hosts to bring in new eyeballs, I'm pretty fortunate to have such a supportive community. So, thanks for letting me have the coolest job in the world. I'm being that one guy that gets to sit around and talk about DF all day. And other weird games. Anybody want to deal with that corpse? Know anybody? No? Okay. They'll deal with it eventually. Making clothing is just higher priority currently, I think. We're into early winter, 25th of Moonstone. Filled with cats and miasma. Sounds pretty normal for a first fort. Sounds pretty normal. One of my first proper fort attempts ended with were-cougars. We got attacked by were-cougars, and they completely annihilated everything. And then I learned how to lock a door, and then I haven't had that problem since. Because were-creatures can't destroy doors. So all you need to do to avoid a were-creature is lock the door, and you're good. Literally that easy. It is literally that easy. Just lock the fucking door. It's my favorite life hack to do with DF is just having problems with big critters in DF. Lock the fucking door. Just, you know, lock the goddamn door. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that the vast majority of people's first forts ended with cats, dogs, and dead things everywhere. The vast majority. So as far as I'm concerned, glorious. Absolutely glorious. Yeah, I'm probably going to be winding down in a minute myself, Stone, because it is 8 hours and 56 minutes and 23 seconds into the stream. Tomorrow is a DF News Day. Just kind of waiting for that corpse to get dealt with, I'll be honest. Tomorrow's a DF News Day, so there will be new screenshots of the Steam version. So I will have a video up by around noon, I would think. But before noon Pacific, so probably by, like, before 9 a.m., ideally. But I will get a video out as soon as I am able. And you know what? We'll let them deal with that on another day. Chat, we hit year 300. The king passed away of old age, and we got the fucking lava tube done. Now we got to start plotting our new dwarfy plans. That's what we got to do. Start plotting our new dwarfy plans for the next few years of Longdeath. It's been a while since I did just a DF stream, but you know what? I'm hungry. It's 6 o'clock. I think I'm just going to call it, if that works for everybody here. Thank you very much to everybody who came in from Reddit. I will be posting my stream more now that I, like I said previously, I will be posting my stream more over there. There's actually a pretty cool announcement that I get to make tomorrow alongside of my news stuff to do with the thing that hasn't been announced yet. That I signed a contract saying I wouldn't announce it ahead of time. So, tomorrow, I'll be able to announce the thing, which is kind of cool. Outside of that, that's it. We gotta find someone to go say hi to. If you want to support the shenanigans and bullshit I do directly, I have a Patreon. There's a new interview coming with another indie dev who's working on who made a pretty cool game and is working on another pretty cool game. A game that we've streamed. So that's on its way. I'm in the planning stages of that. I need to get the questions finished. I've got them like half done. But once I've recorded the actual interview and I'm starting the editing process, then I'll announce what it is in case it falls through. And I got an idea on another one that I want to do. I kind of want to talk to the developer of Rift Wizard, which is a game that I will probably never beat. If you want to watch more Dwarf Fortress than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime, the entirety of Longdeath is on my YouTube channel. And yeah, I think now's where I say thanks for watching today, guys. Thanks for all the bits. Thanks for the tips earlier towards the vacation fund, because I will be gone from October 8th to the 11th. And yeah, more dwarfs tomorrow. I don't know what we'll do in the evening tomorrow, but we'll do something else in the evening tomorrow. Whatever strikes my fancy at that point. And we should find someone that we could go say hi to. I think Bellinair's on. Who else is on, though? Let's just take a quick peek. Shall we? A quicku peeku. Yeah, I think I'm going to send you guys over to Bellinair. Bellinair is streaming Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. And hopefully he's not about to end. But go say hi to Bellinair. Throw a beer in his face. Not literally, figuratively. And say good evening. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Say something nice to somebody. And don't heat up your coffee in the microwave. That just burns it. It's just bloody disgusting. Have a good one.